Hello? Hello?
I can hear you, Supervisor Big A.
Okay.
I think can you hear me? I heard Supervisor Begay.
I can hear you, Chair Horseman.
Okay, good. So Judy's with us.
Yes, and
Good.
Supervisor Big A is here.
Good.
Lindsay, we're reaching out to Supervisor Vasquez as well.
Okay, thank you, Sue.
Thank you.
I'm cell phone-less this morning.
Oh dear.
No.
Good to know. Thank you. That helps a lot.
A hard one without it.
We'll send a runner.
Okay. Hey, thank you for joining us. I see we've got you promoted.
Good morning. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, Vice Chair.
Good morning, Geronimo. Glad you made it safely to and back from Window Rock. So
It was a good trip, long trip, but it was definitely a good trip. Very productive.
thank you for going on. I'm so sorry to have bailed at the last minute. So really appreciate you're waving the flag for the board.
Not a problem. It was a good time. Definitely a good experience.
Good.
Chair Horseman, Supervisor Ryan will be a little late. He's got an appointment he's running from to this meeting.
All right, well, let's go ahead and get started. I see it's 8:30 and we do have a quorum. Members of the board and also members of our community who are joining us this, well, it's a little snowy morning. The roads are slick. This is our special board meeting of Wednesday, January 11th. We are going to then have a break because we have the honor of being able to swear in our new elected Board of Supervisor, Geronimo Vasquez, at 12, and also our County School Superintendent, Ms. Mango Paget. And so we are very much looking forward to that here at 12. So we do have a full morning agenda, so I better get going. Our first order of business is the call to the public. My name is Patrice Horseman. I should say call to order. Call to the public is coming up. Call to order. My name is Patrice Horseman, Chair of the Board and also Supervisor for District 1. District 2.
Good morning, everyone. Jeronimo Vasquez, District 2 and current Vice Chair.
District 3. I'm sorry, that's, we know that Matt's always on, but Matt unfortunately had a matter, and so he's going to be a little late with us this morning. So he will be joining us shortly. And then we have District 4.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Happy New Year, and I'm here in the meeting.
Very good. Thank you, Supervisor Begay. And District 5, Supervisor Fowler is not able to join us, and we want to extend our deepest condolences to her and her family. And we will miss her here today for our board meeting, but she is handling some family matters, and our hearts are extended to Supervisor Fowler. And let's get moving. We have a quorum, as I said. Our next order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. For those that can, please stand so we can honor our nation. And our clerk is going to put the flag and the pledge up for all. So let's begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Our next item of business is the call to the public, and members of the community, and obviously members of the board and those joining us. This is the time where you, members of the public, can address the governing board for any matters that you would like to discuss, any comments you would like to make for items that are not listed on our agenda. Of course, this is a public meeting, so we ask that you be respectful and civil. However, any matter can be discussed, and our ability to respond is limited because of the open meeting law, but we can refer it if necessary to administration and or put it on a follow-up board meeting. So now would be the time. And before I go to our clerk to let members who are attending via the internet, I would like to open this up internally first for matters on call to the public. And I hope you don't mind, but as chair, I'm taking a little bit of a privilege here. And under call to the public, I would like to recognize a former and longtime Flagstaff resident and a true son of Arizona, Mel Hanna, who passed away a couple of days ago. Many of us knew Mel, worked with Mel, campaigned for Mel. He was a true champion of civil rights for all. He lived the motto that our strength is in our diversity. He opened doors to many, not only in our community, but across the state of Arizona, who had been left out or left behind. He really was an inspiration to many of us who had an opportunity to spend time with him or work with him. As a young student at NAU, he always had the time to mentor me and others, and to really show what public service is truly about. He was a member of the Flagstaff City Council. He served there for 12 years. Some of us worked on his campaign. He had joined two other young people at the time who were running for city council. They were affectionately known as the Mod Squad. And it consisted of Mel, who became the first African-American member of the Flagstaff City Council, and also Alice Wiebe, as she was known at the time. And Alice was the first woman to serve on the Flagstaff City Council. And then there was a young man, Bill Irwin, who was elected as mayor, very young, again, at that time to serve. And it really changed the face of the city council and truly changed the face of Flagstaff. Mel then later went on and was a member of the County Board of Supervisors, and I'm sure Steve has worked with him. So and Steve, hopefully you'll say a few words. Again, where he was the first African-American to serve on the Coconino County Board of Supervisors. He then, unfortunately, the lights of the big city called, an opportunity called, and he became the director of community outreach and job development in Phoenix, and later served on the Commission for African American Affairs down in Phoenix. He was an advisor to now Governor Katie Hobbs when she was Secretary of State. And quite frankly, as always, Mel was always there to mentor those that wanted to do something good for the state of Arizona. And he certainly will be missed. And I send my condolences to his large family, and his memory lives on in all of us. And thank you for all you've done, Mel. And County Manager, I know you'd like to say a few words.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Again, Mel Hanna was a very important person here, a mentor of mine and many others. Mel was very active in our community action program. So when you get someone like Mel Hanna, Joe Montoya, Jimmy Cedillo, Andy Sandoval, Jesse Rodriguez, the list goes on and on. That's when social justice has always been here, but that's when it began. And so the work that these individuals and many, many others in Flagstaff and Coconino County did lives today based on all the work we've done. So Mel was great. He joined the board in 1986, and he served for a few years on the Board of Supervisors. And so it was good to work with him closely at that time. But again, he's going to be missed. He served as a mentor to many. He always provided the opportunity to drop by, even after he moved down to Phoenix. He would drop by the county offices. Typically, in typical Mel style, he would just call and say, "Hey, I'm here." Okay, let's do something. And so, but Mel, he's going to have, he has a huge presence in our lives and in the lives of many throughout the state. And so we were going to miss him. But we know that he is going to be in our hearts and our memories forever. But again, it's an honor and a privilege to be able to join in these words in tribute to Mel. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, County Manager. So, and if anybody'd like to make any other statements, now would be the time where I'll turn this to extend our call to the public. All right. Well, all right. Rest in power, Mel. So we're going to move on here with our call to the public. And as I promised, members of the public, now is your time to address the board. And I'm going to ask our clerk to explain how you can join us at today's board meeting.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. At this time, if anyone would like to make a comment, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear at the bottom of your screen if you hover towards the bottom, and it looks like a hand. So if you click on that, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak.
Now's the time, members of the public.
We have no hands raised.
All right, so we have a second call, final call to call to the public. So members of the public, now is the time. Please join us if you have something you'd like to share.
And there are no hands raised. And I will note that Supervisor Matt Ryan is here.
Very good. Supervisor Ryan, Happy New Year. Thanks for joining us. All right, we're going to move on. First, we have a couple proclamations this morning. First one is consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating January 2023 as Human Trafficking Awareness and Prevention Month. And I understand that there are some individuals from Northland Family Help Center. Director of Human Trafficking Services, Kate Wyatt, is here to read the proclamation, but I'm going to turn this over to our county manager to see if he has any words first.
Again, thank you, Madam Chair. We're happy to have with us today Kate Wyatt from Northland Family Help Center to provide a proclamation to designate January as Human Trafficking Awareness Month. Of course, all of us here at the county join in on this awareness. given our responsibilities in the justice system. We have an important touch point with the issue, especially with regard to our location here in Flagstaff with the interstates, et cetera. So it's an honor to have Kate with us today to read the proclamation and then for the board to take the action following the reading of the proclamation. So Kate, if you want to come online now.
Morning, Kate.
Good morning, supervisors and chairperson. It's so good to be here this morning. Thank you for having us. So I will go ahead and read the proclamation. Whereas Arizona's geographic location and network of freeways make it a hub for illicit activity, and according to the U.S. State Department, Arizona is a main destination and transit point for labor and sex trafficking from within the U.S. and multiple regions of the world. And whereas the biggest misconception is that trafficking is something that happens overseas, local and federal law enforcement has indicated that exploitation is happening in Arizona at an alarming rate. The income potential and the use of technology are reasons why this crime is prevalent. Currently, sex trafficking is estimated to be a $12 billion per year industry. And whereas the profit from sex trafficking is a billion-dollar business, second only to illegal arms trafficking and the illicit drug trade. Sex trafficking is a high-profit, low-risk business where the commodity can be sold repeatedly. There appears to be growing demand fueled by easy access through the internet and a ready supply of victims that are constantly being recruited and exploited. Whereas in the past 5 years, various agencies in the Flagstaff community have come into contact with over 600 victims. Through various sting operations, there have been over 500 individuals attempting to purchase sex with a minor and 12 arrests. And whereas the Flagstaff Initiative Against Trafficking, or FIAT, is a community collective of professional service providers and volunteers who want to end human trafficking. The goals of FIAT are to construct a unified response for trafficking victims and survivors to get out of the life safely, educate and bring awareness to our community on human trafficking in order to drive down demand, and to collect data to determine the true impact of human trafficking in Flagstaff. And now, therefore, we do hereby proclaim January 2023 as Human Trafficking Awareness and Prevention Month to bring awareness to this issue.
Thank you, Kate. Really appreciate you being here and bringing awareness to all of us and to our community on this incredible crime and the exploitation of human beings for sex trafficking is really something that we all must be aware of and all must be alert and do what we can to bring an end to this real travesty in our community, the state, and really the world. So, Kate, thank you so much for your comments. Any other comments, members of the board or community? I should say staff.
I will, after the board members, I will make a comment.
Thanks, County Manager. Any other comments? Vice Chair.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank the staff for bringing this to our attention and providing us this proclamation. Human trafficking is a terrible crime and needs to be addressed. And it's unfortunate that we are at the crossroads with so many different paths for this crime to take place. And so I'm glad we're making awareness for it and promoting ways to stop human trafficking. So thank you for providing us this proclamation. Thank you.
Thanks, Vice Chair. Other comments from members of the board? Supervisor Begay.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Chair. I just want to say, yes, it's really important that we really educate one another regarding human trafficking, and it's everyone's responsibility. And we just need to curtail that. And then, because there are a lot of people out there that are driving around that kind of are suspicious, and we need to be able to get those reported, as to the suspicious activities that are going on. And that we need to educate our own children too, and our grandkids, that of certain things that can happen or things to look out for. So it's a lot of education on our part. So I just want to thank this proclamation to be addressed, by the board, and I'm thankful to be part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Any other comments? If not, County Manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. One of the follow-ups, and I want to, first of all, just acknowledge that Kate and her folks were with us last year, of course, at this time. And at that time, we did indicate that we wanted to engage with Fiat for employee training. And I want to renew that obligation and that promise on the part of Coconino County. On any given day, we have about 1,200 employees that are doing their jobs throughout the county. Oftentimes our employees are in the field. Oftentimes our employees are in the public eye, but more importantly is we have the opportunity and the obligation to be aware of the signs of human trafficking. And so when we see these things happening, we want to make sure that we are in the training, have the training and the awareness to do something about it. And so I do want to renew our commitment as an employer to provide this important training to our employees, not only for their professional lives, but for the personal lives. Because again, on any given day, all of us are out in the field. And so when we join other employers to do this type of training and awareness to our employees, I think it really helps us address the issue to the extent that is possible. So again, it's our commitment as an employer to follow through this year with Fiat, and we'll be engaging individuals from our office to begin that conversation and the follow through with this commitment that we've made this year. So again, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Kate, to you and your staff. Thank you for the good work that you do. Appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair, back to you. And again, the action for the board will be to consider the proclamation.
Thank you. And thank you for the commitment for training for the county staff as well. So, and members of the board, before I forget, we do have a proclamation before us. Can I have a motion to approve the proclamation designating January 2023 as Human Trafficking Awareness and Prevention Month?
Moved.
Vice Chair Vasquez has moved. Do I have a second? I will second that. All those in favor of declaring January 2023 as Human Trafficking Awareness and Prevention Month, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Thank you. And thank you, Kate. It's always good to see you.
Thank you all.
All right, members of the board, we are moving on for our second proclamation. This is designating January 27th, 2023 as International Holocaust Remembrance Day here in Coconino County. Human Resources Director Erica Philpott is going to introduce this item. So Erica.
Good morning, Chair Horseman, members of the board. I'm glad to be with you today and grateful to be bringing forward this proclamation for your consideration today. And Brian Harris will be reading the proclamation. This is the first year that we have brought forward a proclamation for International Holocaust Remembrance Day. And January 27th is the anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz. And so that is why it is celebrated on that day. Following Brian's reading of the proclamation, I'll be happy to discuss some of the events that we'll be conducting in January as we help educate on the Holocaust and on this Remembrance Day. Thank you, Chair.
Brian? You're muted. There you go.
Madam Chair, members of the board, County Manager Peru. Coconino County proclamation designating January 27th, 2023 as International Holocaust Remembrance Day. Whereas on this International Day of commemoration, we honor the memory of the 6 million Jewish victims of the Holocaust and millions of other victims of Nazism and develop educational programs to help prevent future genocides. And whereas on January 27, 1945, 7,000 prisoners were liberated from Auschwitz-Birkenau camps, a date that is now International Holocaust Remembrance Day. And whereas we reject any form of Holocaust denial, contemplate the horrors of the Holocaust, and resolve that never again will such an atrocity of murder and destruction fueled by bigotry threaten human dignity. And whereas we celebrate the survivors who overcame horrific injustice with remarkable courage, determination, hope, and resolve, letting them know that they are an inspiration to countless others. And whereas, as fewer and fewer survivors remain with each passing year, we commit to remember this dark chapter in human history and to not only honor the memories of the victims and the survivors, but to commit to action against anti-Semitic discrimination and all forms of bigotry. And whereas on August 22nd, 2017, the Coconino County Board of Supervisors passed and adopted Anti-Discrimination Resolution 2017-50, supporting cultural, ethnic, geographic, and religious diversity to draw upon the expertise of our community and resolve that racist propaganda has no place in our country, while unequivocally condemning any advocacy of racial supremacy. And now, therefore, get resolved that in the spirit of remembering and honoring the victims and survivors of the Holocaust and valuing the sanctity of every human life and combating bigotry in all forms and ensuring the horrors and crimes of the Holocaust are never repeated, we do hereby recognize January 27th, 2023 as International Holocaust Remembrance Day and encourage all Arizona residents to combat bigotry, human cruelty, human suffering, and anti-Semitism, and instead recognize and embrace the diversity that strengthens us all.
Thank you, Brian, and thank you for reading that proclamation, and also Erica for your comments earlier. And yes, it's, never again, as they say. And if we do not hold up our strength in our diversity and our statements for dignity of all human life, then, we do tend to repeat our past atrocities. So it's very, very important. I just want to, some of us knew Julian Wolf, my district director, who's in California now, and he has been the caretaker for his grandfather, Gary Wolf, who many of us had the opportunity to know as well. And Gary Wolf was in Auschwitz as a 14-year-old, is one of the survivors of Auschwitz. And it's time to remember, their survivors have taught us a lesson that we must remember and that we must never, ever repeat. And by the way, both of our proclamations really go to recognizing strength in our diversity, certainly the lesson that Mel Hanna lived, and we need to continue living that lesson. So thank you, and other comments from members of the board.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to say thank you for this proclamation and for your words about diversity and honoring those that came in the past and respecting all human dignity and all human diversity and really supporting each other, remembering, not whitewashing it or covering it over and avoiding it, but actually looking at our history, not just with Holocaust, but with all kinds of different tragic events that have happened throughout our past. Learn from those lessons and move forward. Don't forget the lessons of the past so that we don't repeat them. And so I just want to say thank you for putting out this proclamation, and really ask everyone to really look and reflect and see how we can all respect each other and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any other comments, members of the board?
Madam Chair.
Yes, County Manager Steve Peru.
Again, following.
It's too early. I'm not used to starting this meeting until 9.
It's a different time zone. Again, before the board takes action, I know that Erica wants to cover some of the activities that we'll be providing for employees.
Thank you, County Manager. Sorry, Erica.
No worries.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the week of January 23rd through January 27th, there will be a lunch and learn every day that week where we will be sharing different videos. Many of those videos come from the United States Holocaust Museum in DC, where they have a library, if you will, of survivor recordings. And we will be watching several of those. We'll also be watching on that Monday. We'll be watching a video from 60 Minutes called Kitty Hart Returned to Auschwitz 40 Years Later. And it's a very powerful video because Kitty Hart was in Auschwitz, was a survivor of Auschwitz, and she takes her son there in the late 70s and walks through the grounds with him. And you can really tell in her, in the stories that she's telling, that she's there in that space back in that time and is and can see it. You can see it in her face. And so some really great videos to watch throughout the week. And they're all on Zoom and posted so people can join in. And then we'll also be having a book club this month. And we are the Diversity Committee, thanks to the Diversity Committee for putting together all of these great lunch and learns and the book club. But this book is the second most widely read nonfiction book in the world, translated into 60 languages and been adapted for stage, film, and television, and is read in a lot of schools to help school children understand the Holocaust. And it is the Diary of Anne Frank. So we will be reading that. And it is second nonfiction book in the world only to the Bible. So I did not know that the Diary of Anne Frank had been read by so many people before the Diversity Committee brought that forward. So that will be starting this week on Thursday, the 12th, tomorrow from 9 to 10. So for anyone who wants to join the book club as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Erica. And by the way, I social media was posting this week in honor of recognition of Holocaust Remembrance Day that Anne Frank would have been, had she survived, the same age as Barbara Walters, which is pretty amazing when you think about that. So, all right, County Manager Steve Peru.
Again, Madam Chair, we'll be taking the action on this proclamation for the board.
Did you want to make any statements?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right. I hadn't forgotten that one yet. So, and members of the board, now is time for consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating January 27th, 2023 as International Holocaust Remembrance Day here in Coconino County. Do I have a motion? Vice Chair? You have to unmute.
Sorry. So moved.
All right. And Supervisor Ryan, do I have a second?
Sure. I'll second that motion, Madam Chair.
Very good. We have a motion and a second proclaiming January 27th, 2023 as International Holocaust Remembrance Day here in Coconino County. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Thank you so much. And thank you, Erica and Brian, for bringing this important proclamation to us.
Thank you.
All right. We have recognition of staff involved in the work done for the 2022 election. And obviously, you know, Coconino County, we preserved the right to vote for everyone who is registered, and a job well done. So I'm going to turn this over to County Manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm so happy and I'm so proud and I'm so elated to be able to be here today to present to you an important recognition. It's in recognition of not only an employee, but of course the process and everything that goes into the conduct of an election. And now more than ever, we hear about the importance. It's always been important, but you know, elections, the process that we all go through is a focal point for many at this point in time. And certainly we want to acknowledge this last election for some of our colleagues in other parts of the state have been challenging, and we want them to know that we support all of their work.
Absolutely.
You know, we always learn from those experiences that create us to look at the processes and to identify some of the improvements that need to be made. I will tell you, as when I was the elections director in the early 1990s, I had the same thing. You learn from those improvement areas, and that's what happens. And so first of all, we want to acknowledge the good work of counties, not only in Arizona, but across the nation for everyone that's involved in elections, this important function. We salute all the work that you do. For us, it's very gratifying that our folks and our family, and I will refer to them as our family here in Coconino County, has done an amazing job in the conduct of the 2022 election cycle. And I say cycle because it began in May when we provided the special election for the Coconino Community College tax, and then proceeded from there to the primary and the general. And as a result of that, and through all the good work that staff provided, the success of those elections are very important and noted for all of us here. Elections here in the county, as I've always indicated, is a family affair. It not only involves, of course, the staff with the recorder and the elections department, but also the entire departments. I want to acknowledge here today the county attorney's office. Sometimes you think about what's synonymous to elections. Well, legal. Nowadays, it's like, we have a lot of legal work that goes into it. I want to appreciate the county attorney's office for all of their good legal advice and guidance. The sheriff's office has been key to advising us on security matters. And again, it's an emerging area that, 20, 30 years ago, it was not as much on the focal point, but we take nowadays, of course, local law enforcement, but federal as well as international. And so we look at all the law enforcement that goes into it. So recognizing the sheriff's office, the public works department, logistics, transporting equipment throughout the county, not only, across the ground, but also flying equipment down into Havasupai. In terms of our election story here at Coconino County, it's always been rich in the fact that we have election polling places in some of the most beautiful parts of the world. And so years and years and years ago, for Havasupai, then our staff person assigned to that precinct was Bill Taller, and he would he was a runner, he would run the ballots out that night after the election. And so we always did it. We were always lucky when it was a full moon night, but again, that's how we got the ballots out. And this was years ago. And so the tradition of having remote places is important to us.
So instead of you running them out, Steve, you sent your wife down to make sure.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, my wife did. I did volunteer my wife to be a precinct poll worker for Havasupai. So she's doing that too, and our friends there. So facilities management, again, logistics that go into creating the election experience is important. And so facilities management, they provide, again, transportation, setup and takedown and retrieval of equipment. Human resources, it staffs up. We staff up for the elections. And so when we have about 400 plus temp staff that are going to be working as poll workers, it takes a lot of work from the standpoint of facilities and finance as well. And then IT, of course, is important based on the technology that's involved with conduct of elections. And so these are entire departments that support the good work of the function that we know as the elections. Individuals, I want to call out staff from the elections and the recorder's office. I know that County Recorder Hansen was not able to be with us today, but we have with us on today Esler Musta, and we also have a whole slew of individuals on the attendee side. So again, let me just quickly go down the list. First names, you know who you are. Dawn in the recorder's office: Donna, Sedona, Charlene, Colleen, Beth, Vernita, Alicia, Nicole, Abby, Amber, Sarah, Alta, Vicky, Ray, Augusta, and that's on the recorder side. Elections: Wendy, Holly, Stan, Lindell, Denise, Ray, Augusta, Margaret, Todd, Mark, Kristen. We have a bunch of temps for both departments: Sandra, Andy, Lori, Sandy, Esther, Polly, Janice, Anne, Laura, Mary, Kent, Claire, George, Veronica, Carlene, Del Ria, and Gloria, and then many others. And so again, we're providing certificates of appreciation that are going to be delivered to all of the staff. And it says in the certificate of appreciation, the following award is given to this individual, our special employees. This special recognition is presented to you for your successful conducting of the 22 Coconino County elections. Thank you for your service to Coconino County dated today. And so again, our appreciation has been a very good year for elections. And you know what happens the day after we close out an election? we start preparing for the next cycle. And that work has already begun. And so, Madam Chair, I proudly and humbly turn this back to you for your comments for the board as well.
Thank you, County Manager. And, you know, if we were in person, we would all have a stand up and give a standing ovation right now. We aren't, but I would ask everybody to give a big round of applause, please. I mean, it is incredible the job that's been done. Yeah, please turn on your cameras. Let's do this. So, and it was an incredible job that was done by our staff. Esler, this was kind of a baptism by fire for you and your staff. And I just want to tell you how much we appreciate your work. County Recorder's Office, they're old pros at this, but everybody stepped up from all across the county, and not to mention the volunteers, not just Beth, but so many volunteers who came forward really, and I would run into them all the time, and they would tell me what a great job the county staff had been doing to make sure that this was a well-run, smooth election and to ensure the right to vote for all of us here in Coconino County. And I think it's important to remember, and most people don't know, it is the county and the County Board of Supervisors that's responsible for the elections throughout the state of Arizona. You know, just job well done. And you did right. You did good for our community. And we so appreciate all of you, all the volunteers, and Coconino County can be proud of the job that was done. So thank you so much. And I'm going to turn this over to the other supervisors to make some comments. And then I know I see some staff that may like to make some comments. So first, supervisors first, Vice Chair.
Yes, thank you. As someone who just participated in this elections, I got to give kudos to the election staff because it was quite an ordeal, and I can't imagine having to oversee and organize all the different components that were involved in it. And so I just want to say thank you to Esler and his team for all your great work and for managing this election. And then also just recognize Patty, for our recorder, for her previous work and her guidance during this process as well. And thank everybody else in the staff that helped at some point along the way to help this election be successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Other comments from members of the board? Supervisor Begay.
Yes, good morning. Election staff, Steve, everyone that has been a part of this election results and processes and whatever that needed to get done to get the certifications done. I'm so happy that, you know, we went through with that with flying colors, and I really appreciate the staff that has really put a lot of effort into it and making sure that was running smoothly throughout the whole election process and being there all the time. So I just want to say thank you so much, and then to the board for approving the end result of the election. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Other members of the board? Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope you can hear me. I don't have my headphones, so it's.
We hear you fine.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, actually, you know, I think some key points that you already made and Steve already made. We're in unique times right now, and there were quite a few challenges associated with our elections. It's become much more complicated, and for all the work that everybody put in to assure that we could actually have a fair and transparent election. You know, kudos to all our election staff, all our recorder staff, that worked on this. And then we have all our citizens that step forward and we're in the role of being the election boards in each precinct, which is a key component. And it's multi-party in the process, that part of the process, the whole process. So it was quite a bit and a lot of pressure on people. We've seen that, we understand. It's our point here, first and foremost, to support everything that all of you've done, and we do, and then to express the appreciation, which we're doing right now. And we surely do appreciate everything that you did for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Other comments from members of the staff?
Madam Chair, real quick, I do also want to recognize a couple other individuals. I want to recognize Candy Owens, who served as an advisor to the elections department. And so Candy was fantastic in providing us insight and guidance. I also want to acknowledge Corey Laura. Corey is the state elections director. She has been phenomenal to work with, and the staff at SOS. Again, it takes a lot of individuals, as well as, and I'm sure Esler will want to mention his colleagues, all the other elections directors throughout the state of Arizona, who have been there for us, and we there for them. So, Madam Chair, I at this point I will ask Esler to make some comments on behalf of his staff.
Very good. Thank you, Esler. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for your hard work.
Absolutely, and thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good morning, members of the board. This is the culmination of like all the work that we've done in the 2022 election cycle, and I'm very appreciative because the tone is set up from the top of the organization. I'm very appreciative of everything that the board has done this last year with supporting all our requests and supporting the needs that the elections department has had in order to have the successful election experience that our county had. I think it's been an incredible team of individuals in the elections department that we've partnered with, but it goes beyond that. That there's like a respect and a commitment across the board in the county to have with the voters in mind, to have the best experience and to have the best process in place. There's a lot of learning and a lot of work that is in front of us for the 2024 election cycle, and we're committed that we can only improve from here. And I think that is a testament to, again, the leadership of the Board of Supervisors and County Manager, and the commitment to having free and fair elections in our county across the board. So thank you.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, Donna Kastner, Chief Deputy Recorder, is with us today. I'd ask Donna if she could make some comments on behalf of Patty and the team. Donna?
Hi, and I apologize. I'm not at my desk right now. I am in a parked vehicle. But I want to echo, I mean, I've been doing this since 2006 and every single election cycle has new challenges and surprises that we have to overcome, and the staff is always just so resilient, and we will take anything that comes at us and make it happen, because it has to happen, and we couldn't do it without all of the departments that you have mentioned as support for the elections and recorders offices. So yeah, it's a team effort for sure. And those who stick around every 2 years, or all of our seasonal employees that come back, they're awesome, and they must they must like what this is all about and care about the community, because it's not for the faint of heart, that's for sure. So thank you to everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Please extend our great thanks also the county recorder and to your staff. So,
yeah. And Madam Chair, finally, we want to acknowledge the political parties. The party chairs have been great to work with. It's been good to have them. We've had overseers. And we do want to acknowledge the party chairs for both the Republican and the Democratic parties for being with us and going through the whole process with us. And we hope we've done everyone proud, but again, acknowledging the party. And the importance of the relationship with the parties is crucial in terms of collaboration and cooperation and understanding, especially when the process itself is under such a microscope as it has been, and as it should be. It's an important function, and so we don't shy away from the oversight that is needed. So, Madam Chair, back to you for closing comments.
Yes, thank you. And it's an amazing time we live in, where voting and the right to vote has become controversial. And I think it is really important to honor the members of the boards of supervisors from across the state of Arizona that upheld their oath of office by honoring the Constitution of the United States and the laws and the Constitution of the state of Arizona. And for those that suffered and their families suffered some persecution due to upholding their oath of office, I just want to give a great thanks and kudos. It definitely takes the staff and the electeds to make sure that we fulfill the responsibility we have to our community and to the state of Arizona, and make sure that our democracy is strong and our right to vote is upheld. So, I think it's important to acknowledge all across Maricopa County Board of Supervisors in particular probably got more than their share of grief. So big thanks to Coconino County, job well done. You made us all very proud. You upheld the right to vote here for our community. And Donna, you're right. I think that's why it gets done, is we're here to support. We are public servants and we are here to support the rights of our citizens here in Coconino County. So thank you all very much.
Thank you all.
All right. And any other closing comments, or we will move on? So we have, as you know, a consent agenda. Members of the public, matters on the consent agenda are usually administrative in nature. These are matters that can be decided through one motion and one vote. These are matters that are not discussed individually, since it is done by one motion and one vote. However, we, the board, have an opportunity to remove items that we do want individual discussion on and an individual vote on. And so now is the time to remove items from the consent agenda before we take a motion on that. I have been asked to remove item 7 separated from the consent agenda for us to decide individually, because there is a mistake we need to correct. And also, I believe, or I'm sorry, 6, separate and correct. I understand there's a typo on there. And item 7, I'm also asked to separate and get some legal advice on item number 7. So 6 and 7, I am requesting we remove from our consent agenda, which is items 4 through 14. And members of the board, at this time, do you want any other items removed from the consent agenda? I am seeing the board members shake their hands. So at this point, I will accept a motion from the board to approve the consent agenda, items 4 through 14, removing or separating 6 and 7 from the consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Begay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor of the consent agenda, 4 through 14, removing 6 and 7, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Consent agenda passes. Let's look to item 6. This is consideration and possible action to appoint, and these are a number of precinct committee people whose terms will expire on October 1, 2024. This was requested by the Coconino County Democratic Party chair to fill vacancies created for a lack of candidates during the 2022 election. Before I read the names, I understand we need to make a correction. So I'm going to turn this to the county manager.
Madam Chair, I'm actually going to punt this to the clerk because I'm not positive exactly what the change on this is.
All right, thank you. Lindsay.
Thank you, Chair Horstman and County Manager Peru. We do have confirmation from voter registration that Colin Gunn is actually registered in precinct 27. So we have confirmed with the Democratic Party chair and received written notice that they would like the appointment to be for precinct 27 rather than precinct 7 for Colin Gunn.
Very good, thank you. So with that clarification, members of the board, we have consideration and possible action to appoint Colin Gunn for precinct 27, Dana Jolly, precinct 21, Pamela Carter, precinct 2, as Democratic precinct committee persons, each term to expire on October 1, 2024, and as requested by the Coconino County Democratic Party chair to fill vacancies created for a lack of candidates during the 2022 election. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Motion by Supervisor Begay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor of approving item 6, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. So congratulations to those that have been appointed. We're moving on to number 7. 7 is consideration and possible action to accept for filing pursuant to ARS 16-642B the documents from the Blue Ridge Fire District, Ponderosa Fire District, Pinewood Fire District, and Blue Ridge Domestic Water Improvement District pertaining to their certification of the election results for Blue Ridge Fire District, Ponderosa Fire District, Pinewood Fire District, and Blue Ridge Domestic Water Improvement District for elections that were conducted on November 8th, 2022. And I understand there may be some problem with some of 7. And so at this time, County Manager, would you like me to turn this over to the Deputy County Attorney, Mark Burns?
Yes, Madam Chair, just a quick note that the items, with the exception of the Blue Ridge Water Improvement District, the other districts, as I understand it, are good to go. We do have some work that we're doing on the Blue Ridge Water Improvement District. Without going into a lot of detail, because it's still work in progress, I'll turn it over to Mark to see if he can provide just an update in terms of not too deep in the weeds, but just a general update.
Thank you.
Thank you, County Manager, and thank you, Chair. Regarding the Blue Ridge Domestic Water Improvement District, as the board may recall, domestic water improvement districts are a little bit different animal than our other districts. There's a combination of voting from property owners as well as residents. And so we just want to seek some clarification from the district. There's no question regarding the actual results of the election, but we want to seek some clarification regarding their compliance with the other statutory requirements, which are a little bit different for domestic water improvement districts than other districts. And so for that reason, we're asking that the board, or recommending that the board not act on that matter today, specifically to the Blue Ridge Domestic Water Improvement District, and carry that over for another meeting so we can seek that clarification. And that's all the detail I want to go into. If the board has any further detailed questions, I would recommend an executive session.
Thank you, Mark, and appreciate the update. So as I understand it, you are, number 7 is as set forth, and you are recommending that we proceed with the exception of removing Blue Ridge Domestic Water Improvement District from this list and for review at a later board meeting. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chair.
Very good. Thank you. With that, members of the board, unless anyone would require an executive session, if not, I would undertake a motion, and I believe Supervisor Begay, this is primarily related to your district. So would you like to make a motion on item number 7?
Madam Chair, yes, I will make a motion. I move that we accept for filing pursuant to ARS 16-642B the documents from the Blue Ridge Fire District, Ponderosa Fire District, and Pinewood Fire District pertaining to their certification of the election results for these district elections conducted on November 8, 2022, and excluding the documents of the Blue Ridge Domestic Water Improvement District.
Very good. Thank you for that motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion, Madam Chair.
Second by Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor of accepted for filing, those listed with and removing the Blue Ridge Domestic Water Improvement District for further review at a later date. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. So thank you very much. And members of the board, we're moving on with our agenda. We must resolve now as the Health District Board of Directors. So I would request a motion for us to resolve as the Health District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Vice Chair. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. We are now the Health District Board of Directors, and members of the board and the public, we have before us the Public Health District consent agenda. Much like our consent agenda as the Board of Supervisors, these are items that can be taken by one vote, one motion and one vote. These are items that are more administrative in nature. Is there any item that a board member would like to remove for individual discussion and or individual vote? Not seeing that, I would undertake a motion from the Health District Board of Directors for us to approve consent agenda item 15 through 17. Do I have a motion?
I so move.
Motion by Supervisor Begay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair. All those in favor of consent agenda items 15 through 17 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Members of the Health District Board of Directors, we must now resolve as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have such a motion?
So move.
A motion by Supervisor Begay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor of resolving as the Board of Supervisors indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
We are now, once again, the Board of Supervisors, but not for long. Members of the Board of Supervisors, we must now resolve as the Jail District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion?
Move to do so, Madam Chair.
All right, Supervisor Ryan, thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. Do I have a motion? Or we have a motion, a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. It is unanimous. We are now the Jail District Board of Directors, and we have one consent agenda item. And this, do we have a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented?
Madam Chair, I'll also move.
We have a motion to accept the consent agenda for the Jail District Board of Directors. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We have accepted the consent agenda. We must now resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor of resolving back as the Board of Supervisors, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right. So now we need to put another hat on. We must now entertain a motion to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Vice Chair Vasquez. Second. All those in favor to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors, please signify by saying aye.
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 It is, aye. It is unanimous. We are now the Flood District Board of Directors, and on cue with the Flood District Board of Directors, the director of our Flood Control District, Lucinda Andriani, is with us. County Manager, is there anything you'd like to state, or should we turn this over to our director for the Flood Control District?
We can turn it over to start the presentation. I'll be chiming in on some of the slides in the slide deck. So again, I'll turn it over to Lucinda for the presentation.
All right, very good. Lucinda, take it away.
All right. Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. Appreciate being with you this morning. And yes, Steve will be presenting as well as Siri and Sean will have some components of the presentation as well. So first, I want to start off again apologizing. I was a bit tardy in getting this out to you, but hopefully it should all be in your hands this morning. And Sean is going to manage the presentation for us. So Sean, why don't you go ahead and bring that up? Hopefully he's.
And I don't see Sean. I just tried emailing him.
Okay. We are running about 30 minutes early. So what had been scheduled. So let me step away and I know he's here.
In the meantime, you sent the email so I can try to grab that presentation to pull up.
Yeah, hang on. I did make a few minor changes, cleanups to it, Lindsay.
Okay.
Yeah, and we have a public hearing that I believe is time certain here at 11, correct?
No, it's not time certain, Chair. That one's flexible. And Mr. Dickus was planning to come, and I told him approximately 11 for that one. But that one, it can be, we can bump it up. We have the ability to do so. He just may not be here for it if we bump it up.
Can you check and see if he is, or I'm sorry, Sue, please.
Madam Chair, the time issue we have today is Lucinda's commission meeting that she needs to be done by 11 o'clock. If we can get that PowerPoint up, would you be okay with continuing with?
I'm absolutely, I was trying to facilitate them, so. And
Lindsay, go ahead until we locate Sean. Sorry, I thought he was, I didn't check to see that he was on. I thought he was on, so.
All right, so you want us to proceed with the, we're now the Flood Control District Board of Directors. You would like us to proceed here, Lucinda?
That'd be great.
Okay, very good. Sorry.
Lindsay,
go ahead.
I
and
have
bring
it. I could share my screen, I think. If you'd
Yeah,
like. me to do
unfortunately,
that.
my computer doesn't share. It doesn't have that function.
You know, you may have to get a different computer. You need
Yeah.
a computer that knows how to share.
There it goes.
I do have it. Listen, it's just in PDF format, so I'll just be scrolling, just so you know.
Okay, thank you, Lindsay. And we should be able to get Sean on here momentarily, so I apologize.
And members of the board, I will point out that this is discussion only. I know we did receive the information late last night, and some of us haven't really had a chance to really review it. And so this will be good, and there'll be more opportunity to have individual discussions with our flood control director before this comes before us for action. Is that correct?
That's correct. As it notes here at the top that no decisions today. We'll be returning on the 24th for decisions relative to the Emergency Watershed Protection Grant match, which we will discuss today, our recommendation for how to make that match. And then I'll also be discussing a resource and staffing plan in terms of adding an additional staff person to support the effort. So also today, I'll provide an update on the federal funding and again, that recommendation for how we should approach meeting the match, or potentially can approach meeting the match. So next slide, Lindsay. So first, federal funding update. I think as everyone is aware, the Congress and President approved the omnibus appropriations bill over the holidays. In effect, I think the actual congressional action was 2 days before Christmas. And then the president approved it about a week later. And so that we have been both reviewed that bill, as well as been confirmed by the senators' offices. And I really want to call out, particularly Senator Kelly's office has been extremely supportive and working with the other members of the Senate in terms of ensuring that the funding for our Schultz pipeline projects was incorporated into this omnibus appropriations bill, and as well as Senator Sinema and Congressman O'Halloran, extremely supportive and diligent in this process, which frankly happened pretty quickly. So with that, within that omnibus bill, there is a total of $90 million allocated to the Schultz pipeline flood mitigation projects. And you can see the breakdown of that 90 million. 50 million will come through the Natural Resources Conservation Services Emergency Watershed Protection Program. And 40 million will come through the Forest Service through a Good Neighbor Authority agreement. That funding is disaster relief funding that's been allocated to the Forest Service to address post-wildfire issues across the West. Next slide there, please, Lindsay. The federal funding.
If I can, just real quick.
Sure.
That's because the emergency disaster relief was passed, and the funding for EWPP was passed. obviously this has not yet been allocated to us here in Coconino County. And I know there will be a match or somewhat of a match involved. So, but
I will cover all of that.
Okay, good.
Correct.
Good.
Right.
Yeah, I just don't want to leave the impression we have the money in the bank. So.
Right. And in fact, these are reimbursement grants. So we actually don't get the money until we submit. We conduct the work and then submit for reimbursement. So again, Congress and President approved the bill. The omnibus bill provided $25 million for funding the NRCS Emergency Watershed Protection Project wait list, of which the district had 2 projects on that wait list, again, totaling the $50 million. That breaks down. The first project involves projects within 5 of the flood corridors that are noted there: Wupaki Trails, Brandis, Campbell, Copeland, and Peaceful Way. And then a second project was approved for over about $28 million for the government tank flood corridor. And these figures include both the construction cost and technical assistance funding. So they've approved a certain amount for construction, and then they add basically 15% to that for technical assistance. Out of the 15%, we're likely going to get upwards of 13% of that technical assistance funding. The district match, based upon the construction costs, is $10.4 million, is 25% of the construction costs. We do not pay a match on the technical assistance funding. So next slide there. The omnibus bill also included $210 million in disaster relief funding for the U.S. Forest Service. We had worked very closely with both the Coconino National Forest and Region 3, which is the region that we cover, which I believe includes Arizona, New Mexico, and part of Texas. And we worked with them to submit that request to their Washington office for $50 million, of which $40 million is for the district's proposed on-forest watershed restoration measures within the 9 watersheds that were impacted by the wildfire, and then $10 million for the Coconino National Forest. They have specific repairs and restoration efforts that they need to undertake that are separate from what we are doing. That said, a good portion of what we're doing on forest will support their road repair work and other things that they need to accomplish as well. For the Forest Service funding, there is no financial match. That $40 million, there is no financial match. And again, both grants are reimbursable grants. Next slide, please. In effect, the district's receiving upwards of $4 to $5 of federal funding for every dollar the district is investing in Schultz Pipeline flood mitigation. And, when we look at, it's been less than a year, we're in about 7 months, 8 months out from the fire itself. This is really a tremendous accomplishment. And really, it's a reflection of the strong congressional support that we've had, our amazing team. We have an amazing team of engineers who have put together a plan, and we were able to get that plan presented in August and begin working toward this, with culminating in the approval with Congress and the president. And it also reflects the fact that we've had, unfortunately, a lot of experience in this arena, and we know what to do and how to move forward with it quickly. So next slide, Lindsay. So what are the next steps? We are waiting for official funding notifications from both NRCS and Forest Service. We are pressing them to release those funds as soon as possible. And when I say we are pressing them, that includes our senators' offices are communicating directly with the leadership within USDA to indicate that We need this funding quickly so that we can begin the project's construction this spring. At least on some of the projects. Obviously, we won't be able to do all projects at one time, but move forward with some of those projects that are the most easily mobilized. I have had conversations both with Region 3. They have had conversation with their legislative representatives in their Washington office, confirming that the funds are there. And that the quote was, "I feel very confident that the funding will be forthcoming and forthcoming relatively soon." On the NRCS side, we have had again confirmation through the senator's office, as well as conversations that have taken place with the DC office. The timeline on that, there was some discussion about that maybe taking some additional time. Again, we're advocating for, again, releasing those funds, asking them to prioritize those funds that are disaster related, as quickly as they can. The projects have been approved. There's really no more steps that they take at the federal level. It's a matter of informing the state. The money then is allocated in effect to the NRCS state office, to the state conservationist, Keisha Tatum. And then she will then inform us that she's received the funding and we can move ahead. Again, this is a reimbursement grant. So in talking with the Forest Service, their preference and our preference, it's worked extremely well with the museum flood work that we've done. We've had a good neighbor authority agreement in place for that work. And the goal will be to either extend that and add the scope of work for pipeline to it, or develop a new GNA agreement. But either way, the current understanding is that we have $1.2 million remaining in those museum funds. We came in under budget, and as a result, they've agreed that they will transfer those funds into the pipeline GNA if we do need a new GNA. So we're already talking those details about that process. Both those agreements, both with the U.S. Forest Service as well as NRC, of course, will come back to the district board for approval. And on the 24th, again, as I mentioned initially, we will come back for consideration and approval of the grant match for the NRCS funding. So next slide there. And do we have Sean back on now? There's Sean. All right, Sean, can you pull up the presentation, please? And
good. So you want to do that, or you want some comments on what you just said from the board, Lucinda?
Be happy to take comments now.
Yeah, I just two things. Number one, I don't want to sell you short for the great work you've done and your staff and our partners in really getting maybe while the flooding was going on, the 45 flood events, really working on what we need to do for mitigation and getting that, pencil to paper to figure out what needs to get done, and doing the engineering and obviously the accounting for this. We got here in Coconino County an early Christmas present. And I hope members of our community realize that. And it was really done to the outstanding work that you, the county employees, our team, our partners on, really responding to this emergency and the devastation in our communities and neighborhoods. So I don't want that to go unsaid, number one. And number two, an incredible, huge thank you to our two senators who were here, and their staff was here. The staff, I know, for Senator Kelly and Senator Sinema joined many of us in from when all was going on, just during the disasters themselves. And of course, our Congressman Tom O'Halloran, he was here individually, he was boots on the ground, if you will, and saw firsthand the devastation. And, that really told our story and sold what we needed to get done for our community. So I don't want that to go unnoticed or unsaid for the great work that was done to really respond to this emergency for so many of our communities that were devastated. So a big thank you, and for you, your staff, the county, everyone, that was really involved in it. Much like elections, everybody was involved in this, as well as the volunteers from our community, United Way of Northern Arizona, and the volunteers that were all here in support of Coconino County and the devastation for our communities. So thank you. And any other comments before we move on to the financial? $4 to $5 for every federal dollar for the district invests. That's a good return on our money. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Absolutely.
Any other comments before we move on to the financial status?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Begay and then
Yes.
Supervisor Ryan.
It was mentioned that there may be a grant match approval that's coming before the board on January 24th. How much of that or how much are we looking at right now, or have you figured that out?
And I think we're going to go through that in the next portion. Is that correct, Lucinda?
Right. The overall total for the grant match is 10.4 million. In addition to that, we will have costs, and Sean will outline these. We have costs that construction costs that are ineligible to be covered by the grant. And then we also have costs on the technical assistance side. There are some costs that are in excess of the technical assistance costs as well. Now, I will say that we can, on the technical assistance costs, any costs that don't come within that 13% allocation that we will receive, that we can use that as grant match. Most of those costs are eligible for grant match, so that's a benefit. The ineligible construction costs cannot be used as a grant match, which of course makes sense. If they're ineligible, they're ineligible. And so, and we're working with NRCS. I've probably had 4 or 5 meetings in the last 2 weeks, really working through a lot of those details. And I think we'll see some additional flexibility. We have also articulated that we will need additional technical assistance funding. And what we found post-Schultz was that there were projects on that project in the NRCS EWPP project wait list that will not move forward. They've either already been constructed, the sponsors decided not to go ahead, and sometimes that frees up other money. And last time we got a pretty good additional chunk of money, both TA and construction funds. So we've indicated that if there are any excess funds available, that we would like to be considered for accessing those funds. So we're positioned to maximize, the reimbursements to the degree that we can. So.
Supervisor Brigade, does that answer your question?
Yes, it did. Thank you.
Thank you. And Supervisor Ryan, I saw you had bubbled up.
Just quickly, Madam Chair, and I think you covered it some and Lucinda did, but acknowledgement to both our senators and Tom O'Halloran for all the work that they had done on this. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments before we go on to current financial status?
Yes, I'd like to say something, Madam Chair.
Vice Chair.
Just want, first off, say thank you to the whole staff who were involved in this, and for the community to recognize how fast this is getting pushed through, which is amazing. We got an early Christmas present, and now we have to figure out how we can utilize this present, but we do need to utilize it. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing how we can come up with a plan so that we can implement these measures before the next monsoon season. So thank you, team.
Thanks, Vice Chair. All right, please take it away, Lucinda.
All right, next up, Sean's going to share a financial status update. And then after that, when you get done, Sean, let's bring up the construction timeline, and I'll briefly review that as well. Looks like you're gonna have to, your voice is off, Sean. There's something wrong with your mic.
He needs to leave and come back again.
Yeah.
You caught what I caught.
Yeah, I was going to say, speaking.
Got this Steve syndrome.
Yeah, you got the Steve syndrome, Sean. You may need
Every
to,
machine has its.
if he leaves, is he gonna break the presentation? He'll have to represent then.
Yeah, he'll probably have to bring it back up. So I apologize here. So.
Sean, here you go. He'll come back. He's got the Steve syndrome. Sorry about that. It's contagious.
Do we want to take a 3-minute break? Are we okay? Or let's take a 3-minute.
Take three and we'll get Sean back on.
Take three and we'll see if we can find him.
Yep. He had to drop because he has the Steve syndrome, you know, when he gets chipmunk voice. So he'll be back.
John, you want to go ahead and test your mic?
Sure. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, I think we just took a 3-minute break. So we'll be back in 3 minutes. Let's do this
Sounds
quickly.
good.
I know Lucinda's got a time crunch here.
Go ahead and load up the presentation, Sean, and then we'll be back.
And we're good because we're 30 minutes ahead now. Now he's on and we can hear him. Yeah.
Okay, right back.
All right, Lucinda, we ready when everybody gets back?
Yes.
Board members, when you get back, turn on your camera so I know you're back with us.
You beat my finger. I was trying to do it and I couldn't coordinate. You have to get that little Donnie dot there.
Well, glad you made it back.
Yeah,
All
the whirlwind here.
right.
You can go to the next slide there, Sean.
And do we have Supervisor Begay with us and Vice Chair Vasquez?
They're going back to the office. They're on their way back to their office now. With a 3-minute break, there was a bit of a traffic jam in the hallway. So
I thought it was worth taking a break. Mm. All right, Supervisor Begay, Supervisor Vasquez.
Student back on.
We having some technical difficulties back there?
We're just waiting for Supervisor Begay. She got held up for a minute.
They're on the way real quick. I'm sorry. They're just dashing back to their offices. Supervisor Begay is here.
All right, and Supervisor Vasquez?
We're ready to go.
All right, very good. Please, we're back from break. Take it away, Lucinda,
All right,
on the
great.
financial status. So,
I'll turn
Sean?
it over to Sean. Thank you.
all right.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Sorry about that. Again, good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Directors. Appreciate this time to come before you to share the financial status. Again, my name is Sean Puyam. I serve as the business manager for the flood control district. And so to dive right in, one of the first things I wanted to recap and share with the board is just a reminder of how much we spent in regards to the emergency response. Just the total of the response itself. This does not include any of the fire response or anything else that was related to the museum projects. This is solely response, and you can see it's a big number. And you know, again, as has been mentioned, there's just so much credit that goes to all the different agencies and the different departments and everybody who helped with this monumental process of going through this emergency response. The community and everybody has, you know, gone through so much, and it's just a quick reminder, and I wanted to share that number with you with regards to how much it costs so that we can think about how impactful this mitigation projects that we have going forward will be. To kind of touch on that a little bit, just a reminder, in the past, we did go to the Board of Supervisors to request some funding from the general fund to help cover some of those expenses. To recap, we did do 2 requests. The first was in July, which was for $5 million for initial emergency response. And as we transferred through the season, we found that we needed additional funding support due to the amount of the cost with regards to response. And so on October 17th, the Board of Supervisors again approved a loan from the general fund for $10.5 million. And this was to help with additional response, as well as some small scale mitigation projects that we as the district felt were needed immediately after the monsoon season to begin work this fall. And Lucinda has spoken to that a little bit about how we wanted to get in there as soon as possible to help the community and really focus on doing what we could while we were waiting for funding from other agencies such as NRCS and the Forest Service. So the $15.5 million, that was the total of the loan that we got from the general fund. And that has helped us with regards to cash flow, not just paying off some of the response, but also really being able to focus again on those small scale projects this past fall. Now, a big piece of what we did, and this really goes to the partnership we have with the agencies, is we were able to work with several agencies to request reimbursement. NRCS, through the exigency project, we were able to request reimbursement for $2.5 million. We've also been working with the Department of Forest and Fire Management, DFFM. And I really want to give a quick shout out to emergency management for their partnership in that piece as well. They really have helped us as the district kind of manage those reimbursement pieces, and they've been phenomenal in their success with getting us reimbursement for some of the work that was done on forest and off forest with regards to the emergency response debris removal. The great thing about these 2 agencies as well is they were able to work with us to provide a quick turnaround time for reimbursements. These reimbursements were submitted and received in less than 3 months, which is pretty phenomenal when you think about some of the process through doing reimbursement. So we're very fortunate to have these partnerships to be able to get us those quick reimbursements to again help manage our cash flow. So this graphic kind of gives an overview of kind of how money moved in and out of that 15.5 million. You can see that from that pot, 8.6 of it did go to response costs. That was everything related to the cleanup efforts, the debris removal, and just the actual response to the flood season. Also, 4.5 of that was allocated to the small scale projects, which I shared were done this past fall. These are projects that we wanted to get done when we had the opportunity with regards to weather. And it's just a way to kind of get the ball rolling with some of the mitigation projects that needed to get done. And again, going back into the pot is the reimbursement piece. Overall, we got $8 million in reimbursements that went back into that pot to kind of cover some of those costs that we got had with regards to response, and then some of the mitigation costs that we had as well. And what ended up happening is from that 15.5 million, 5.1 of it is what was just charged to the district as ineligible costs for reimbursement. And that also included the grant match to NRCS. And in the end, we ended up with a total remaining balance of 10.4 million. So that is what we have left from that 15.5 million that was initially loaned to the district from the general fund. So as we look forward, Lucinda shared earlier about how the Forest Service grant, the Good Neighbor Authority, we're very fortunate that that is 100% reimbursable. So any costs associated to that work will be 100% reimbursed. With NRCS, we do have the match of the 75 and 25. So as Lucinda also discussed shortly, and I think this goes to the question that Supervisor Begay had, you know, there's going to be some additional costs outside of the construction match, which is that 10.4 million. That is the 25% match for the entire funding from NRCS. There is going to be some additional technical assistance costs, which right now we're estimating at about 1.8 million. There also is those ineligible construction costs, which is around about 7 million. And then of course, there are going to be associated costs to support the project. And we're estimating that at about 1 million. So the total cost to the district to support all of these projects over the next couple fiscal years is estimated at about 20 million. That 10.4 that we saved, or the 10.1, I'm sorry, or 10.4, yeah, that can be allocated to this 20 million cost. So that's just kind of a brief overview of where we stand financially. And I know Lucinda is going to want to share the construction timeline, which will kind of help break down some of these projects and these numbers as well.
So Sean, before we go to that, I want to add some comments. I think go back to the prior slide. I think what's important to understand is of the 10.5 million that the board of Supervisors loaned the flood control district for the small scale projects, that the 4.5 million is what we have spent to date. Out of that 10.5 though, there were projects that were in there, smaller scale, but projects in there that are now covered under either the NRCS grant or the U.S. Forest Service funding. So we're moving those projects into, I'll say, those buckets to be funded by those funds, because obviously with the Forest Service projects, we get 100%. And then with the NRCS, we get 75% plus the TA. So when you look at this, but then there is though cost still. There's about 1.6 million additional work that will be done out of that original 10.5 million. So in the end, the total remaining balance that should be able to be applied to the match, as well as the other costs that aren't covered by the grants, which, and again, with the grant and those other costs, it's about 20 million. We should be able to contribute that 8.5 million to that as well. So, so that's good news that we've been able to shift those projects. And some of that is dependent on the timing of the funding, because some of those projects do need to go forward before the next monsoon. Although they're projects that can be mobilized pretty darn quickly. So hopefully we'll get that funding within no more than 30 days. And we should be able to mobilize all those projects and complete those projects. Again, that money got freed up because we moved it to the NRCS and Forest Service bucket. And the expenditure of this, if you go to the next slide, this is over 3 fiscal years. So understand the 20 million isn't all at once. It's over that three plus fiscal years that we would be needing to meet those costs through this process. And I'll come back to this later, but very importantly, this points to the need to continue the funding for the DFFM program that has really assisted us with reimbursement, not only on response costs, but also advocating for those funds to be able to be used. We have been able to use it for some of the grant match, and we want to be able to use it for direct project costs as well, to assist to reduce down that 20 million impact to the district and the county. So, and that pursuing that discussion with the governor and the new director of DFFM, Tom Torres, is really a priority for us. And we'll be, working with our state representative to pursue that conversation very soon.
And thank you, Lucinda. That was a question I was going to ask. First of all, over 3 fiscal years is important for us, the board, to know. The second is the DFFM funds through the state. We've been talking about federal funds.
Correct.
There are federal funds also that end up with the state for the state's allocation, and that's the DFFM funding. And I know last night at the city council meeting, there was a discussion of the city on DFFM funds because, of course, they don't require a match. And so I think what I hear you saying is that out of that 20 million, hopefully that'll be reduced because we are hopeful to be able to go for some of this additional DFFM funding that may be available to us that is not going to require a match. Is that the correct way to say it?
Correct. And that the funding that's within that DFFM fund, I'll say disaster fund, is being reduced. They've been assisting us and other counties that have had impacts from fires and other disasters. And so we need to be advocating that they continue to fund, put as legislature and governor support, putting funds into that DFFM fund to continue the state support. And these are state dollars. They are not federal dollars coming through the state. They are actually state dollars. But we need the state to make a commitment, to this longer term, not only for the mitigation work, but also for response, because we will have response costs continuing over the next several monsoon seasons. So that's important as well. So
we have a new governor and we have a new DFFM director.
Right.
And so I'm assuming, just because county is always wants to be first in line, that the county will be knocking on their doors here soon for this.
Correct. That's a top priority. And we're actually meeting tomorrow to kind of lay out that strategy and that discussion. But that needs to happen soon, because as we go into the new legislative session now, we need to be advocating for continuing to fund that DFFM fund. It's been really critical, not only to our county, but several other counties dealing with disasters. So
very good.
All right, next slide, please. Oh, we lost the presentation, Sean.
Did you need the construction timeline pulled up?
Oh, sure. Yeah, go ahead and pull that up. Yeah, we can just quickly kind of cover that now. So as you've seen this construction timeline that I constructed back this last summer as a starting point, and we're continuing to update it. That's in your packet. I'm not going to go through it in detail, but a lot of people have been asking the question, well, what's the priority? What are the priority projects for the funding? And my answer is they're all priority. However, that said, some of the projects can be mobilized more quickly because we already have existing drainage easements and we already have some level of existing approvals, both with the Forest Service and NRCS. And so you'll see that noted in here. You'll also see noted in here, if you scroll down, Sean, scroll down to where you see some red text in the right-hand column here. Keep scrolling down. You'll see here, for example, the Copeland and Peaceful Way corridors, that there is the highlighted in red language here that we must secure drainage easements to initiate any construction on or off forest. So again, we're meeting this week to lay out where we are. We have requested rights of entry to begin the engineering process in those corridors. And we'll be doing similarly in the government tank corridor as well here in the near future. So those corridors will go to construction later in this process because we have those processes and the engineering. Note that the engineering for all these projects is in a conceptual level, and we have to go through the entire engineering process as well. Conduct the no adverse impact analysis as part of that. That's critical. And do, we have third-party peer review that we do also. So there are processes that we need to undertake, but right now we are able to mobilize and hopefully we'll get the funding in time that we can mobilize within 3 of the corridors this spring. So, all right, thank you,
I have
Sean.
a question on that,
Sure.
just for what you've just shown us. Is any of this on the west side, and are we coordinating then with the city of Flag?
On the west side, the project that's been identified that the district would fund this spring is the on-forest watershed restoration measures within the Schultz Creek watershed. And we're working very closely with the Forest Service. Unfortunately, we did have a glitch on some of the archaeological survey work for that corridor. And we're frankly hoping that they're going to be able to find a window of time to get out and complete some of that work. We also know that because there are spotted owl packs in this area, that will only be able to work within the lower fan within that corridor, within that watershed this spring. We'll have to come back and finish the work in the fall. So, it's all kind of contingent of all these pieces coming together to be able to get the NEPA approval from the Forest Service for that watershed for Schultz Creek. But I'm continuing to really push that we, in effect, segregate that out, as well as for Wupaki Trails and Brandis. We segregate out those 3 areas, and working very closely with Nick Musto at the Forest Service to try to segment those out so we can get quicker approvals on those. But we did have this glitch on the archaeological work, so that may slow us down. So the goal is to construct at least part of that project this spring and then come back and complete next fall. The work within the city is being undertaken by the city, and they are moving forward with that. They've got engineering well underway, and they're moving forward with that, as well as Public Works is moving forward, and the engineering is underway for increased capacity for the crossing on Eldon Lookout Road. And that intention is to construct that this spring as well.
So I know the third alluvial fan was part of that museum mitigation. So is the one you're talking about up in the forest that's going to help the city with their new sediment basin that they were able to get constructed?
Right. So none of this is related to museum. This is all Schultz pipeline. But yes, the goal is the lower fan that's just above that detention basin to get that restored this spring.
Okay.
But again, it's contingent on, can the Forest Service get the pre-work done? And it isn't, we have a contractor that we've brought in to do the archaeological work. There was some glitches. It may be delayed. We'll just have to see how this plays out, whether it's really very much weather dependent. So, but they're working very closely and cooperatively with us on that. So.
Good, thank you.
And then, yeah, we're, working through a lot of different moving parts with 9 watersheds, right? So go ahead, Sean, go back to the presentation here. So with, you'll note that there's about $110 million worth of projects identified on that construction plan. Of course, that includes some of the highway projects as well. And we are working very closely with ADOT and Federal Highways on funding for those projects as well, working through that process as well. We need some additional resources to be able to accomplish all this work and be responsive, obviously, during the summer monsoon season as well. So next slide there, Sean. So we've gone through and looked at, what do we need? I've worked with Siri and with Erica looking at the current FTE list for the flood control district. Currently, we have 9.67 FTEs. That's it. Of which the lion's share of those the significant component of those FTEs are actually in community development that provide the National Flood Insurance Program management within the entire county. So looked at, okay, what are we going to need? And I think one of the highest priorities that surfaced is the need for a community relations manager position that would manage both the communications on the behalf of the district as well as community relations work. We will be orchestrating tens of corridor meetings. You think about 9 corridors, and we meet at the 30, 60, and 90% level engineering. There's just a tremendous amount of communication effort that goes on, and dealing with individuals' concerns and issues, both during monsoon season and otherwise. We're still getting, multiple calls a week from people saying, I'm concerned about this. I want you to come out and take a look at this, whatever the concern might be. So I am proposing that we add an FTE now to be able to fill that position as a term appointment, as a 3-year term appointment. As we work through this, we'll obviously evaluate what we need, and we may come to toward the end of that term and decide that it needs to become a permanent position. We may decide that it needs to flow into a public affairs, who knows? But right now, both public affairs and certainly Mark within Public Works has been extremely supportive of the work that we've needed to do. But he has a whole book of business he needs to be managing for Public Works as well. And certainly he'll need to provide some additional support, but the lion's share of the work would move to this community relations manager position within the district. Also this year, we had an existing FTE. You'll recall that you approved a program manager 2 for forest restoration support to support Jay Smith, our forest restoration director, with launching a very big set of investments in forest restoration, which note that in this whole financial plan we've put together, we are, preserving those funds to be able to continue the forest restoration initiative. Jay and I made a decision earlier this fiscal year that we would not fill that position, but that we did need an administrative position within the district. We did not have an administrative position. So we did utilize that FTE to fill an administrative specialist 3 position. Going into 24, this will be part of the budget. We're not doing this now, but we do expect in 24 that we will want to fill that program manager position for supporting forest restoration. And then we will need an actual position for the administrative assistant. So that will come as part of the budget request for this year. So in effect, we're looking at 2 positions, requesting one to be filled now, and then one to be created that already exists in effect. But it would allow us then to fill the program manager 2 in fiscal year 24, the next fiscal year. So next slide there, Sean. So again, the current FTEs that are approved within the district is 9.67. We would ask for approval of an additional FTE. One of the other things that we will request during the fiscal year 24 budget process is that we continue to shift. There are FTEs within the district now within both public works and in community development that are not actually performing any flood control work. And we've been in a process over the last several years of shifting those resources back to the general fund in the case of community development and back to public works in the case of the public works FTEs. It's a total of, this says 1 FTE. We actually identified another half FTE that's not, according to a CD, is not functioning, is not supporting flood control. So this will actually be a 1.5 FTEs that will shift back. It'll be 1 FTE shifting back to the general fund and a half FTE shifting back to public works. If you in fact approve those shifts back to the general fund and to public works and add the 2 FTEs, the one now and the one in FY24, the additional cost of the district is about $40,000. So the cost impact to the district will be fairly limited. And frankly, the cost impact of public works in the general fund will be pretty limited as well. But that'll allow us to correct something, frankly, that was done during the Great Recession to support the general fund that we've needed to continue to move forward with correcting over the time frame. And this is now really necessitating us to let's get this cleaned up. So the next slide there, please. And then Sean, if you, I also provided an org chart in your packet, and that you can see. This is the org chart proposed staffing for FY24. So you can see the positions there and which ones are currently vacant. The intent will be to fill those positions. They are in the budget. They are budgeted. And then again, the new position is the community relations manager, which would be again a term, it should say term appointment, not temp. It's a term appointment. And in addition to that, there are a couple of professional temporary employees that we will probably bring on as well. One to help manage the right-of-way and land rights processes. We will need to secure upwards of about 60 to 70 drainage easements. And certainly we've hired a right-of-way firm that will actually do the technical work on that. But we need somebody within the organization that can manage all the documentation, the recordation of those easements. There's a lot of paperwork, administrative management that needs to take place, as well as working with me on structuring the agreements. We will need agreements with two of the homeowner associations in the area. They'll provide some support. That'll be a part-time temp employee. And again, for the duration that we need, probably max 2 years. And then as well, some temporary part-time support, financial support for Sean. This is a managing $90 million worth. He's doing all the procurement. He's doing all the invoicing. He's doing all the invoicing to the agencies. This is a tremendous amount of work, a volume of work. And again, we're trying to set this staff up so we don't have an impact on Public Works. Typically, we would have utilized 3 or 4 people within the Public Works Administrative Services division, and we're trying to reduce down that impact. So, and frankly, eliminate that impact to a large degree. So this is what is proposed. We'll come back with an actual action item on the 24th to approve the additional FTE for the community relations manager position. So I'll stop there, ask if you have any questions on those elements, on this element relative to the staffing as
And I do have, just for clarification, I mean, I certainly get that the fact that we are hopefully the board will hopefully look at a $90 million worth of funds coming in to work for long-term mitigation projects. And I understand the cost of that, besides just engineering and boots on the ground, et cetera, that it does have an internal cost in terms of staff and county staff. So I get that. But I guess I don't think the money that's coming in that we're looking at is really money for additional staff for flight control district. But what you're then saying is, yeah, but I'm going to look at you, and correct me if I'm wrong, but this is what I'm trying to read between the lines, is that you're saying, but look, we want to come to you, the board, because we need some more FTEs to help us with these projects, which will come from the general fund. My question is I know we're getting ready to go into budget. And is this something that should be done as part of our budget process when we look at departments and FTEs for departments and needs for them? And why are you asking for this separate outside of our budget process? And I'm sure you have a reason for that, but I'd like to know what it is.
Well, I have always, and I think the county and district has always prioritized our communications and community relations efforts. And again, what we're up to, if you take 9 times, we'll have at least 9 times 3, 30 to probably 40 to 50 meetings alone to orchestrate. Yeah. And so, let alone the press releases, updating the website, all the media interaction. And certainly we can get some support out of public affairs, but as you well know, we have 2 people that manage the communications for the entire county right now. So I think we just have to be very realistic that we will not be able to communicate effectively if we don't have someone support this effort. And right. I think we have set a strong standard historically for that, and people have that expectation. And I think personally, I think rightly so, because this is taxpayer money and people ought to know what's going on. And these projects affect their property. So this is mm-hmm. These are intimate discussions for people, because this will affect their properties for perpetuity, not just for short term. So I think that's why for this one FTE, I'm asking that we take it out of the budget cycle. We will come back for the other during the budget cycle.
Yeah, and I understand it's, and by the way, HHS has public affairs, just I want to point that out. So it's not just the public or public affairs communications within the county, but I know that's something I think we need to look at But I guess I'd like to hear from the county manager. Why would this be
Happy
done
to.
now versus
Okay.
through the budget process?
Well, first of all, the timing of the need for the work now. So when we start getting ready for the position for the community meetings, so the timing of that is going to be sooner than later. So certainly not, and I don't want to add on to what Lisa already said about, I think we all know the value of the position, but in terms of why now and not later, it is the timing of the work that needs to take place now. And then the other part of it is this particular position is going to be limited term. So it is not going to be a permanent position that we've created. It's a 3-year limited term appointment for the duration of these projects. During that time, if something occurs and we have the need for that, we'll make the case at that time. But at this particular time, it is a limited term appointment, as we've just discussed. In terms of the amount of work needed for this particular initiative effort, it goes without saying it's going to require a lot of all hands on deck, if you will. Looking at other communicators in the organization, everyone else is doing their work as well as related to their particular responsibility. And so I support this particular position for the reasons that it is temporary, it is needed now, it's limited term. The other positions that we've talked about in terms of realigning sources of how we're paying for those positions, I know that due to the nature of changing responsibilities, some positions or a position or two are half-time. That funding source will go from community development to the public to public works to flood control, and that those are discussions that we certainly will have in the budget process. But for purposes of the project happening today, I do support the community relations position going forward.
Any other comments or questions from members of the board? Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
I'm trying to collect all this information right now. And so, I think just pausing for this one, just for the moment, is what I think I'm seeing, Lucinda, is that this is the structure you're laying out that you think you need associated with accomplishing the task. The piece that pops into our heads would be, where is it coming from? The point that you just made, Steve, that it's this would be a limited term position, speaks to, is it popping out? Are we getting this from grant funding? These are things that are going through our head. Where's it coming from? What's happening with it? I understand you need a structure to be able to do it. I hear you, Steve. I hear you, Lucinda. We need to move now with it. It's just trying to, it's a lot of information, and we have money coming in and we're trying to match up. And then where are the pieces matching up? And so they're the, I'm listening. I'm trying to sit back and listen and see how these things start to come together on it. But there are also areas that, it would help me, especially if we're going to take action in a couple of weeks here, just to refine that understanding associated with it.
Yeah.
We are going to be having individual meetings with board members to go a little deeper in the financial side of it, looking at also the 10-year plan in greater detail. And so these conversations will be taking place before we meet on the 24th. So we can provide additional background information, but we wanted to give you all kind of the lay of the land, if you will, today, going forward, in terms of what we're proposing in order to get this work done. I do want to emphasize that it, and I think we all know that it does take additional staff to support all of the external work that's happening, because a lot of the work is being done in the private sector. But again, managing all the work that has to happen on our side is time consuming. It needs to be done well. It needs to be done. It always needs to be done right, regardless of the funding source. But again, there are a lot of different programs involved here. So we will have and the input today that you're providing gives us more agenda items that we can speak to when we speak about the individual meetings with you, and we can go in deeper detail based on your individual questions.
And that would be great. It'll help me with that understanding as we move forward. It's just giving that pause of, okay.
Yeah.
And there's a suggestion of, we're going to need a little more or a little. So if that suggestion is there, where how associated with it. If and or where are we pausing? But it's showing, you know, the cause and effect, you know, connecting the dots on this. Right.
I will also add that because we didn't fill certain vacant FTEs within the district this year, in effect, there was a salary savings. Obviously now with the disaster, we're having to commit those funds toward the disaster, right? So that's, important to understand. I believe you brought up the health district. I believe that several of those positions that were funded as part of the ARPA funding that came to health were term appointments as well for their public affairs work as well. I think most of those were. So
that's a surprise to me. I'd like to know that. I'm not sure. I thought that person was there before, but
well, one position was
time out, if I could. Well, let's take the input. But I'd rather, let's keep on the flood control district. I will research your question, Patrice, but I don't believe that was the case.
I don't think it was either, but
I
fine.
Okay.
But I would say, and I know we have other supervisors here too, that I think it's going to be important that we get an overall, what are we doing in communications? What are we doing on public relations, public affairs? And so that we know who's on first, we know who's responsible for what. And as Supervisor Ryan said, I don't think anybody is questioning that you're going to need to get an organization in place for, we hope, we'll see, but what we hope may be $90 million of mitigation funding. So, but I think we need to see how this fits in with the rest of the county, which is kind of what the budget process does. But if we're kind of jumping this forward, and I'm not saying it's not for good reasons, we just have to see where this then fits. Everything.
Well, then I'd like to clarify the direction that's being provided. So you would like to see, at least related to the community relations, how this particular position fits in with the entire county community relations program.
Yes. Yeah. We just have to know who's on first. So
we'll provide whatever information you need. We'll provide by department what the staffing is for those positions that are related to communications or community.
And that's not what I'm asking, Steve. If that's what you're
I'm just trying to obtain the direction.
Fine,
no, I'm just trying to obtain the direction that you're asking for, so we can provide the information that you've requested.
Yeah.
To make it clear, we have a communications public relations within the county, under the county manager, I believe.
That is correct.
And who was doing the work that Lucinda is asking that they bring into the flood control district.
Okay, well, that we probably should pause there, because that part is not accurate.
Okay.
That actually was being done through Public Works.
Yeah.
And their position.
Largely being done through Public
We have
Works.
2 positions in Public Works that are doing that. And so
that's fine then through Public Works. So if it's Public Works and it's the county communications, public relations, and now another within the flood control district, let's just see what that is, what that looks like. That's all I'm asking. So
no worries.
Not asking you have to go through every department,
but
I think it'd be nice to know, what we're doing, who's going to be responsible for what as we move forward. That's all I'm asking for. I mean, I have been working a lot with communications and our public relations team under the county manager for a lot of outreach in our community, and quite frankly, press releases, communication through radio stations. And I have been working with under your department, Steve. And so if that's going to change, you see what I'm saying?
I do.
Yeah. So that's all I'm asking.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Others, Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yeah, my question goes back to the FTEs that were already approved last year. We have 3 vacancies, not including the one to add. And just want to know what happened there, why we haven't been able to fill those positions to date.
We actually just haven't had time to pursue those, to be honest, and dedicating those resources now to the disaster. But we will need to, and particularly related to the district engineer, we will need to fill that position. And in particular, as you know, we've heard from the board, you want to move ahead with a program where the district could work with other jurisdictions in the future as we come out of this disaster. You know, we will absolutely need a district engineer for that process. So, you know, that's on the landscape. I think we've been both trying to save money and save time, to be honest. So, but that program manager 3 that's there, we do need to fill that as well.
Okay.
And I think all of you know, I'm carrying the lion's share of all that bucket. So, you know, it's just I've only got 24 hours in a day. So we've got to launch this kind of work. And we had a position very similarly during Schultz that we created. Steve was very supportive of it at that time. And we brought in that's what was the genesis actually of that FTE, was a program manager 3 that assisted with all the Schultz work. And it was a successful team. We did really well. We were very successful. So,
And we want you to be able to sleep. We don't expect you to work 24 hours.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Begay.
Yes, I just want to say that I had the same question as Geronimo did, you know, why and how what's the length of time that these positions have been vacant. And so I think with our new budget process, I think every department's going to probably come up with a new position. And I think during these sessions, you know, we're talking about new positions. And so I just wanted to say that, you know, I think for one, you know, we really need to look at everybody's organizational chart. Right now, we're looking at the flood control district and really identify what is really needed, you know, to get the job done in each area, and then put a dollar figure to that. And I'm really interested in, I know there's a lot of vacancies, and I'm kind of interested in why, you know, there's possibly some dollar salary figures to some positions, and they haven't been filled for, you know, for years. And so we need to really look at that. So, but, you know, I think, you know, we can't overload our staff either. But on the other end, you know, we don't have the funds, you know, to really go out and do a lot with. So, and then of course, you know, the flood district is getting some dollars, you know, how do we maximize, you know, using those dollars to effectively carry out the duties and responsibilities of the department. So I'm just looking at those, and so I just want to say, you know, we'll see before the 24th, you know, to see what's going to be shared with us. And if we have more questions, I think that's appropriate at that time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Any other comments, questions? All right, well, this is a lot of good information. We really appreciate the heads up, and we look forward to continuing discussions on this. So appreciate that.
Great, thank you. And I really do appreciate your consideration. And I do think that it is fundamental to our ultimate success here. So next, Sean, go ahead and bring the slide back up. So now we want to turn to talking about the funding grant match and the other costs as we've identified. They'll probably be in the ballpark, and a lot of this will be based on, you know, the success of the communications and work at the state level. How much can we get support from the state toward addressing this disaster? But funding that grant match and the other costs that were identified. And we'll turn it over to Steve to discuss the recommendation. Thank you, Steve.
Well, so I want to go back to the original discussion about the 15.5, the 10 million. So when the general fund did provide through a loan the funding to the flood control district, one of the pieces of that that's really important is the degree of the reimbursements. So the degree of reimbursements that have occurred from that 15.5 million that was loaned is excellent. As a result of that, that does, of course, reduce the amount of funding that the general fund has provided general fund support to the flood control district. And so, you can see here, the grant match for EWPP is 10.4. We have various costs related that are ineligible. And when we talk about ineligible, we're not saying that that they should not be done. They are just not eligible for this particular funding source. And I think that's an important consideration to make, is that when we talk about ineligible, we're not talking about things that should not be done or discretionary. They're just ineligible, again, as I said, to that particular grant for that particular grant. And so we see the estimated ineligible excess technical assistance and resource costs. And you can see that approximately there around 9 million. Total direct costs over 4 fiscal years, as it was indicated in the presentation, is 20 million. In terms of the funding for it and looking at the local match, the recommendation for funding for the NRCS, the EWPP match and other costs within the 12 million in the ARPA funding. And so there's been a lot of discussion about the ARPA amendment funding, and that is funding that can come back to the counties for general government purposes. And this is certainly one of those. So 8.5 million of the remaining 10.1 is being allocated to smaller scale projects that can be applied to direct costs. And by doing so, and again, utilizing and receiving the funding from the Wyden Amendment as capacity to the general fund is important. The presentation that we'll make on the 24th will provide a recommendation that we receive that Wyden funding, the 12 million approximately, to the general fund for capacity. From there, the general fund will be providing that needed capacity on to the flood control district for that match. And what that does, and what this does, it provides us the opportunity to preserve the general fund. A couple of weeks ago, we did a presentation to the board in that the takeaway from that presentation was preserving the general fund is important. It's not to say that we're not going to have emergencies that come every year. And obviously we become very accustomed to emergencies, and we're very fortunate that because of our past and current fiscal policies, we've generated the fund balance and able to do just this. If we had not had the fund balance that we had today, we would not have been able to provide the support to the flood control district, which of course it does benefit the communities and the citizens and the residents in those areas. So again, utilizing the funding from the Wyden Amendment to the general fund, and then from there, the general fund will allocate to the flood control district over the course of the 3 years the needed funding for those grant matches. The other part of it, though, is pursuing state funding is a major part of this. For the remaining costs, we talked about the DFFM program, and that was important to us because I want to call out in particular Wes Deason and his team. They have been phenomenal in seeking reimbursements from that fund. However, that fund is a legislatively set fund, and so we are going to be doing a pretty hard court press with the governor and the legislature to continue, if not increase, the funding for that DFFM emergency fund so that we can continue to access those funds that will provide us the capacity to address the needs that counties are doing with regard to post-wildfire flooding. So again, that's going to be an important legislative program for us, is to advocate for that funding. So again, this is just a snapshot of the discussions that we've had at the staff level regarding the Wyden funding, the funding that we've provided to the flood control district. Also looking at the repayment back to the general fund from the flood control district, and we'll provide that to you in the individual meetings, because that repayment back to the general fund provides us, again, the opportunity to preserve the general fund. And so that repayment back to the general fund is important. And so again, that is just kind of a snapshot of what we're doing in terms of the financial side of the house. Questions or comments?
Thankfully for the Wyden Amendment monies, huh?
Yeah, we're pretty lucky that that was received. But again, we want to receive that to the general fund as funding, because it creates the capacity to the general fund to do that. We don't necessarily want, again, that provides, there's some reporting pieces to it that if we receive it to the general fund as a general government purpose, that does it has a different reporting responsibility than us receiving it for the purposes of the flood control. It kicks in a lot of other reporting requirements that ends up actually being very staff intensive. So again, we'll be making the recommendation to receive the Wyden funding to the general fund, and then we'll be allocating from the general fund to the flood control district the funds needed for the projects. So,
Any questions, members of the board?
If I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Steve and Lucinda, I'm trying to track it. That's all. It's not good, bad. It's where I'm just trying to track it on what's going on here. So we have laid out in the larger handout about 110 million worth of money. We anticipate about 95 million coming in. We have the 15 plus a little bit million that we're using as match. The Wyden put together with that 15 plus amount of money, is that capturing that match to the 110 million? I'm trying to line these up, but we're talking about a lot of things.
Yeah, no, we're not matching to the larger amount. We're matching to the NRCS EWPP grants. And so, Lucinda, can you clarify that?
Sure. So what you see in the total construction timeline also does include the transportation related projects. Right now, the way that this is moving forward, Federal Highways intends to work through ADOT to address the vast majority of the needs on Highway 89. The one project that is not going, that they've already determined does not qualify for emergency relief, is the crossing at Government Tank there at North Fork, which is about $3 million. However, they are working with us to secure Protect grant funding for that. We may or may not have a match to that. In addition, and you're aware of this probably, Supervisor Ryan, is that the Rural Transportation Organization, RTAC, is also taking legislation, is I believe it's been introduced or will be introduced soon, legislation to the legislature, introducing legislation to the state legislature for funding for a set of rural projects. And Metro Plan has put that request together, our request together in their package for funding for that project, as well as the match to any ER funding we may have to contribute to. So, we may end up being involved right now. That has to play itself out through that process with ADOT and Federal Highways. So there may be some additional money. It probably isn't going to be very significant. Right now, we're looking, if we had to pay the entire match on Copeland detention and the crossing, it would probably be in the range of about $4 million. So, but unlikely that will happen. And we've gotten a lot of interest, again, working with our congressional delegation and others, a lot of support for incorporating those into the funding sources that are there. As you know, DOT was very heavily funded through IIJA, so there's a lot of funding there. So what we're really focused on here is the NRCS component and the other costs that are not going to be eligible to be covered through that process. So.
And that is encompassed in the 110 million or is not?
That is in that, everything is in the 110.
Okay.
Everything's in the 110.
Okay. So, and this is where I'm going to, show me how they're matched up, because we have a lot in play right now.
And that's going to play we all know that the Federal Highways and ADOT process is a slower process than we're unfortunately fortunately or unfortunately experiencing with the other federal agencies. But they are in a process of contracting with an engineer to start doing the evaluation. And I'm actually working with Bob and Anna and others at the state level. We have a meeting, I think it's this week or next week, with the state engineer to discuss our specific situation. And we're looking forward. We know that Director Halakowski is going to be retiring and to that appointment, and how we can, and we understand that we know the new appointment there, and that's another meeting that needs to take place is with the new director to talk through that as well. And
Hey, Jennifer.
With Jennifer, right. And Jennifer certainly understands the dynamic. She actually served up in this area at one point in her career. So I think she'll have a lot of familiarity with what we're encountering. So we'll work through that as well. But the impact of that will be much, much less than what we're talking about, either with the on-forest or off-forest flood mitigation.
But if I could, Madam Chair, but to clarify back to you, Supervisor Ryan, that there's not a match to the highways, the transportation pieces to it, and there's not a match to the on-forest work. The matching that we're doing through the county is going to be matching for the NRCS EWPP projects that require the 25% match. So just to make sure that
right. So and as I'm watching that, what I'm looking at is just kind of just the balance. Where's the balance? How's it aligning there with that?
Right.
Okay. And yeah, okay. That we're not going to provide the match in the current discussion, although we need that project done. We're trying to use the other grant processes through the transportation network.
Yep.
There you go. There's my listic.
And I can lay that out separately. But that the whole transportation piece isn't as immediate a need for a decision relative to the match as the NRCS is, right? So
that's a big one.
Yeah, it'll unfold.
Sean, can you share the slides? Are we going to show more slides? Is there more slides behind this?
Yes, we're actually going to turn it over to Siri, who will talk about the actual process for allocating the ARPA widened funds or public lands funds and how she wants to structure that. Go ahead, Siri.
Lucinda, do you need to leave at 11?
No, I've got some flexibility.
Okay.
Siri, can you say something? No, we can't hear you.
No, we can't hear you, Siri. Sorry.
Hang on.
Siri, this is Sue. If you want to come down, you can take my chair and operate off mine.
Technology is not being our friend today.
It must have been the little snow we got, huh?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Siri's got a ghost in her machine, so it's not her first time, but I think she thought she had it worked out.
Okay, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yep, there you are.
Oh, it's a ghost. It's so weird. I'm so sorry for that. So sorry for the delay, Chair Horseman and members of the board. Sean, if you could go to the next slide, please, or I'm not sure, Sue. Okay, so talking a little bit about the structure. So the money we're talking about is the public lands allocation or the widen money. Technically, it's local assistance and tribal consistency fund. So that's how you'll see it on the staff report for the next meeting for approval. But really, again, going back to the general fund preservation perspective, what we're asking for is to complement the 15.5 million that was done as a loan to the flood control district through a mechanism we have available where the board can really designate or commit funds to hold them and set them aside for a designated purpose for some period of time. And what that does is that it retains the character of the funds. So when we think about all of the structure of the budget in the county, we have general funds that are very flexible that can be used for any government purpose. And then we have our special districts that really are restricted to only the purpose of that district. And when we move money from the general fund into a district, a lot of times it loses its character, right? And it becomes just part of that district. So what we're trying to do in general fund preservation through both the loan and then this request for a committed fund is to keep the character or the nature of those funds available for general fund use, while still supporting the flood control district as needed, both from a cash flow perspective and potentially even from just a support perspective overall, where the decision is made to use the funds for that purpose. So as a reminder, we're receiving $12 million distributed in 2 tranches. And that's over federal fiscal years 22 and 23. So county fiscal years 23 and 24. These dollars are allowable for any public purpose. As County Manager Peru mentioned, what we'd like to do for ease of reporting and also for ease of sort of freeing up the funds in a timely manner is to apply those against existing general fund public purposes that we already have. That creates capacity, which it creates the money sort of free and clear, if you will, again, for any purpose. Then what we'd like to do is to create this designated fund, or it's called a committed fund for accounting purposes, where the board takes action to set those dollars aside and say, we're not going to touch them except for this purpose. So that gives us the fallback if we need, both for the district cash flow to meet that match, the confidence that we can meet the obligations required of us in receiving these federal dollars for the NRCS projects, while still saying, if we don't need to use them, we don't have to use them, we don't have to transfer them over. So they retain their character basically as fully flexible general fund dollars. But it would take specific board action. So staff couldn't just say, well, let's move these dollars somewhere else, right? Let's apply these dollars somewhere else. It's a board action. So the board has the full power in both committing and uncommitting these funds. So we're asking that we create this designated fund basically for the duration of the federal funding so that it's available there. And then upon completion of those federal projects, any remaining balance or any remaining funds that will be earning interest during that time as well can be undesignated, and then they return to the general fund. And so then, depending on how much of this 12 million is actually used for match, any balance remaining could then go back to the board again for allocation for any other purpose. It becomes part of the budget process and the resources available. So hopefully that makes sense. And that's really the accounting mechanism we're looking for in terms of sort of setting these dollars aside, but also, preserving that general fund perspective. So I'll pause for any questions on that.
Any questions, members of the board?
Just a comment, if I may.
Yes, certainly, Supervisor Ryan.
Oh, thank you. No, actually, I'm excited. That's what I was hoping we would do. If we ended up using these funds without keeping that flexibility, we could get into having restricted funds that we may not have been able to carry over to other parts of the project and or in the future. Do we have it laid out that as flood control pays back the 15 million that it will go into, say, these funds to keep that character, or or just a suggestion of that possibility.
So yes, Supervisor Ryan, currently, the way that the loan is structured, because it truly is a loan, it was general fund to begin with. As it's paid back, it goes back to general fund. Now,
Okay.
the board could always take action again to say they want to add, the loan payment back to this temporarily committed funds, if that is your choice, or if that is what you want to do with the payment dollars. But because it was a loan, it again retains its character, if you will, as general fund, versus if we were to just say, we're going to do a transfer to the flood control district because they have a cash flow need right now and hadn't structured it as a loan. At that point, it becomes flood control money, restricted only for flood control, and we can't take it back, if you will. But because it was a loan, it truly is still, continues to be completely flexible.
Yeah, and so, the suggestion I just had isn't, as you explain it, I understand it's not necessary. Okay, no, that's good. Fantastic. It gives us the flexibility of the money as we use it. Thank you. Good job.
Yeah, I think this is a really great approach because it allows for the flexibility to cover the match and the other costs that may not be covered by the grants, but then leaves that control with the board through that entire process. And if there are funds remaining at the end, then you decide how you want to distribute those and what you want to do with them. So, because you can designate and undesignate, it's a great idea. Thank you, Siri.
Madam Chair, I have one other comment.
Sure, County Manager.
Another important part of all the pieces to the flood control district that we're also mindful of is to get back online with jurisdictional funding. And so, in a normal year, we don't know what a normal year is because we haven't experienced those in a while, but in a normal, typical year, the flood control district would be allocating funds to jurisdictions for flood-related projects. Now, those flood projects the city projects or jurisdictional projects come to the flood control district. We do the analysis, we make sure that everything is in line. And so we do have the staffing, necessary. We need to have the staffing necessary to do that kind of staff work. Once that staff work is done, then those funds, and oftentimes it's also co-matched, if not with city funds, those jurisdictional projects then take place. All we're doing here today, in addition to all the things we're doing here today, is to create that opportunity sooner than later so that we can, again, go and get back online with our jurisdictional funding that would happen on a normal year. Because right now, of course, given the fact that we have been so focused with this particular area, need is important because we would be doing this wherever it took place in the county. And I think oftentimes we need to make sure that we're realizing that this is a county-wide entity, and therefore we are operating county-wide. It just happens, unfortunately, that the emergency related to post-wildfire flooding is occurring where it's happening. So again, my point being is that all these pieces do include getting back to jurisdictional funding at some point. Thank you.
And I will add to that, the flood control district's projects. I mean, we've had projects slated for Coconino Village. We've had projects slated for Munns Park. We have projects slated for Fort Valley that we have not had the resources to pursue. So those will be in that discussion as well. And, hopefully we will have the resources to allocate to both of those, as well as, of course, fundamentally to all this, the number one priority coming into this year was forest restoration and continuing to pursue that, because frankly, all that will be derailed if we get a fire on the west side of the peaks. And we have to go down this path and, take the 110 million and probably quadruple that is what would be needed to address that. So continuing to fund that forest restoration, will need to be a priority, or we'll just do this over and over again, as we know. All right, great. Thank you, Siri. Thank you, Steve. Next slide there, Sean. I just had some summary points.
Any other questions or comments?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I know you're in a hurry. So
no, I'm not. We're good. We're good.
And by the way, Siri, excellent. I really like what you're doing. I agree with everything Matt just said. I'd like to see that. And I feel good going forward with that in place. So thank you. Sorry, any other comments, questions from members of the board? Otherwise, Lucinda, take it away again.
Okay, great. Just want to hit some highlights and summary points in terms of next steps. First, I think we're developing, and it's still developing, as Supervisor Ryan is pointing out, developing a strong financial plan to really preserve the general fund, but also accomplish some really critical work in both the flood mitigation and forest restoration arenas. I think as next steps, as I pointed out, a really important key next step is meeting with the governor and Tom Torres with the FFM to really talk about the state stepping in and really supporting this effort, as well as the federal government has. We'll again be back on the 24th with decision points relative to the match. I think we've laid that out. We'll be meeting individually with you to talk further about that, share the flood control district 10-year plan as well as the general fund 10-year plan. And then importantly, continuing to advocate for I'll say the swift release of the funding so that we can begin work soon. In addition, on January 24th, given the expectation that the funding will be flowing, and the desire, the plan is that we will be submitting for reimbursement monthly. That's why we want to make sure we have the adequate financial support to do that. There is a likelihood or potential that we would come back on the 24th and need a budget adjustment to be able to spend the funds, and then account for those and get the reimbursement. So we may need a budget adjustment. Sean and Jeremy are looking at that, and Siri are looking at that, right? Will we need that? We will need it likely at some point to be able to actually do the cash flow through this process. So with that concludes the presentation today. I really appreciate your great questions, comments, and continuing support for addressing this critical disaster. So happy to take any other questions or hear comments that the board members may have.
Members of the board. Obviously it's very complete, as always. Really appreciate the hard work that went into presenting this, but the hard work that went in really getting this together for our community. And I'm so excited about the prospects of approximately $90 million moving forward, that we can actually address the needs of so many communities that were devastated by the fire and the floods. And this is an opportunity that, quite frankly, 6 months ago, we weren't sure we were going to have. So we are excited as we move forward on this, and look forward to have individual discussions with you, Lucinda, and your team, and bringing this back to the board for future action. So thank you so much for your hard work and your presentation. Other members of the board? I guess it was so thorough, their speeches. So.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. I'm going to turn this back over to our county manager. This was discussion only. I know we're going to have more discussions as we move forward. And I believe that we are, and safe travels, Lucinda. I know you're traveling on behalf of the county here. So
thank you.
And we are, I believe, we are still members of the flood control district. And I believe that we do need to go to a public hearing.
You need to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors.
So we need to resolve. I'm trying to find where we are in my agenda, and I'm totally lost with all the paper here. So we must resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion to do so?
So move.
A motion by Judy Begay. Supervisor Begay, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor of resolving back as the Board of Supervisors signify by saying aye. Aye. It's unanimous. We are here, I understand, for a public hearing out of District 3 again. This is a public hearing for consideration and possible recommendation to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control regarding a new liquor license application number 215592 for Series 013 Farm Winery for a Cosmic Cider House located at 3103 Toho Trail, Flagstaff, Arizona. Agent is Jeff Scott. Is it Discus? Is that correct?
Dicus.
Dicus. Sorry about that. And I know that this is out of District 3. And I'm going to turn this over right now to our clerk of the court, Lindsay, our clerk of the board, Lindsay Daly, who's going to present on this item. So Lindsay.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. We did receive this liquor license application from the state, and the agent is Jeff Scott Dickus, is applying for a new liquor license application number 215592. And this is a Series 13 farm winery for Cosmic Cider House. So we don't see these that often. It's a little rare. But this is for a location of 3103 Toho Trail in Flagstaff, Arizona 86005, which is the Kachina Village area located in Supervisor District 3. A notice of the public hearing and a copy of the application was posted at the location, and we have not received any comments regarding the application. We did send the application out to our various departments, including Community Development, Risk Manager, Sheriff's Office, and Health Department for review of the application, and they do not have any concerns with the application. The board itself does not issue the license, but makes its recommendation to the state based on knowledge of the area. And I will note that I did reach out to Community Development Department. They have let us know that this property has an approved home occupation permit for a winery, and that the liquor license request conforms with the permit. The home occupation permit is for manufacturing only. It doesn't allow public sales visitation, so they expect that there will be no impact on the neighborhood for this liquor license application. Per the agent, Jeff Dickus, this is just for production, and they will not be serving alcohol, and the public will not be coming to the location. And as a note, the agent is here if you have any questions for the agent at this time. Thank you.
You're muted, Madam Chair.
I'm assuming that all of the requirements for the application have in fact been met, and that you have not received any objection from members of the community. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair Horstman.
Very good. And any questions, members of the board? And or of course, I know this is from Matt Ryan's district. If you'd like to make some comments before we open it for a public hearing. Supervisor Ryan?
Sorry, I do understand. Chair Jen just popped in and said he was taking a call. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, I had to, if there was, yeah. Don't need to hear what the call is about, but I had to take a call. So, Madam Chair, where are we? I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. We before we go over to a public hearing, we note that there is an application for liquor license on an for a farm winery, which may be the first time we've addressed that here at the board, coming out of your district for Cosmic Cider House. Before I opened it for a public hearing, I wanted to know if the board had any questions and or if you had any comments on this.
I do have the speaker on. Madam Chair, actually it is, and as you noted, it's really a unique one that we haven't had before. But as I understand, our different departments communicated with each other additionally associated with this in terms of process, because it has a crossover with community development as well. And so they made sure that everything was looking appropriate. So that's just a note I'll make, Madam Chair.
Very good. Thank you. Any questions, members of the board? Otherwise, at this point, we are going to go ahead and open up the public hearing portion of this and hear from members of our community. If they have any questions, comments, or concerns, with regards for this application for a new liquor license for a farm winery. And I'm going to turn this over to the clerk so that she can inform the public how they can address the board on this public hearing.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. At this time, if anyone would like to make a comment for the public hearing regarding this liquor license, if you hover towards the bottom of your screen, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear at the bottom of your screen and looks like a hand. That will notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. We have no hands raised at this time.
Very good. Second call, last call, members of the public. Now is the time if you would like to be heard for this public hearing.
And there are no hands raised, Chair Horstman.
Very good. Then at this point, I am closing the public hearing. And I do understand that Agent Jeff Scott Dekas is with us. And Jeff, if you would like to just kind of address the board a little bit on the project that you're proposing. And if he is with us. There, I do see you're there, Jeff. So please unmute and we look forward to hearing from you.
I think I got it. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, my name is Jeff Dykus, and I am proposing to make a small cider house here in Coconino Village just for the purpose of manufacturing. The liquor license itself allows me to expand to 2 tasting rooms, which I'm hoping will be in the downtown area within the next year or so. We'll not be doing any of that here in Coconino Village. It's only for manufacturing. I've been in the business, mostly making beer on and off for about 12 years here in Flagstaff, and really want to just keep being part of the community. And hoping to be able, I'm not going to be able to produce a large amount, so it'll all be very small batch stuff, just sold to a couple places in town. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. And exciting project, and I look
I'm
forward
very
to seeing you downtown. And I know, Matt Ryan, this is your district, which we expected. And we look forward to your comments.
There you go. I'm looking, I have a bright background, so it's hard to see the microphone there. Madam Chair, actually, usually I reach out. I didn't have a chance to the owner and applicant in this case with Jeff Dykus, but I really appreciate the effort that they put in. I did, as noted before, Lindsay, our clerk, and I. So this is different, it crosses over with community development. Let's check on community development. Is everything in order? There was a cross-check with community development with the health department. Everything, again, looked in line. And, our typical review, we also have the sheriff do a review, background review associated with this. So everything looks all in line. The fact that it's not there for the sake of a sale and the broader operation of the business is very important for the sake of the keeping of the neighborhood, so to speak, down in Coconino as well. So these are pieces I looked at, Jeff, as we were taking a look at it and evaluating it, and really it's really neat to see an entrepreneur do what you're doing and gradually grow it and move it to the appropriate place when you need to do that. So with that, Madam Chair, unless the board has other questions, I'm prepared to make the motion.
See no other questions, please. Supervisor Ryan, would you like to make the motion?
So Madam Chair, I'll move that we recommend approval to the Department of Liquor Licenses and Control regarding the new liquor license application number 215592 for a series 013 farm winery for the Cosmic Cider House located at 3103 Toho Trail, Flagstaff, Arizona, which is in Coconino Village. That's my motion, Madam Chair.
Very good. We have a motion from Supervisor Ryan. Do we have a second? Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of recommending to the Arizona Department of Liquor License and Control the new liquor license application for Cosmic Cider House, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous, and Mr. Deacon, we certainly wish you well.
Thank you very much, Councilman and Councilwoman. Appreciate your time on this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being with us.
Appreciate it.
All right, members of the board, we are running a little late because we have a very important 12 o'clock matter. But I believe we can proceed here on number 21.
Yep.
Discussion and possible action to support County Supervisors Association of Arizona, CSA, and join with the National Association of Counties, NACO, and the Western Interstate Region, WIR, in the establishment of the National Center for Public Land Counties, and pledge from the general fund the equivalent of 1% of the Coconino County's Local Assistance and Tribal Consistencies Funds, LATCF, those are the Wyden monies, allocation, which would be paid by the county in 2 payments, and approve a general fund amendment in the amount of $60,000 for FY23 towards this first year contribution. As many of you know, I do sit on the WIR board. I have been involved with WIR and NACO on the creation of the National Center for Public Lands. And I'm going to turn this over for Andy, and then we'll be happy to also present and answer any questions that you may have. So Andy, please take this away.
Yes, good morning, Chair Horstman, members of the board. As much as I would like to present at this meeting, as we've been tracking this for quite some time, I will yield the mic to Gregory Nelson, our interim government affairs director, who's also been tracking this issue. Thank you, Chair Horstman, for bringing this to our attention. We've been working with our County Supervisors Association for quite some time, given that we, Coconino County, and we in the West represent our public lands. We are 15% private land in Coconino County, with the balance being our tribal nations and public lands. We have a very strong vested interest in this conversation. So with that, no pressure, Gregory, but I'll turn this to you for board conversation. Thank you, members of the board.
Thank you, Deputy County Manager Bertelsen and Chair Horstman, County Manager Peru, members of the board. So the purpose of the center is to weave together the narrative around public lands counties and the national interest in our prosperity by showing how public lands are interconnected with the country's needs. For example, a wildfire on federal land near a major water source and how that may jeopardize water quality in our nation's large urban communities. And the center will give public lands counties their opportunity to share these stories with their peers, the media, think tanks, and other key players throughout policymaking to demonstrate how prosperous public lands counties create a prosperous America. And so NACO and WIR have come together with a mission statement, and that is to advance the policy and practice, study, research, and learning networks for America's public lands counties. And they propose a variety of methods in terms of how they will do this. The center will use digital media such as podcasts, video interviews, and develop written county profiles focused on county partnerships with federal agencies, states, tribes, and other counties to reduce wildfire risk, responsibly develop energy and minerals, improve public access to federal lands, protect watershed and conserve species and their habitat and protect our national parks and national treasures. And so county investments of PILT and SRS and other natural resource revenue payments to benefit their citizens and surrounding public lands. They will discuss the different economic drivers in rural and urban public lands counties. They will develop and implement county natural resource management plans and baseline socioeconomic data for environmental analyses, and then investigate resource values for federal lands compared to nearby privately owned lands. And so these will basically go towards trying to meet the challenges that public lands counties face, such as affordable housing for residents and other issues around federal lands. And so the WIR and NACO and through CSA have requested capitalizing the center to create a unique opportunity to empower information and resources to support public lands counties. They're looking for $15 million to capitalize the center, operating the center off of the ongoing revenue in perpetuity with the initial capitalization. And so the governance of the center will be governed by a body consisting of the WIR Executive Committee, the National NACO Public Lands Steering Policy Committee Chair and Vice Chairs, the State Association Executive Director from the WIR's immediate past president's home state, and the NACO CEO and Executive Director. And the governing body will meet on a regular basis to provide updates to county officials on the center's progress and discuss the center's financial health, research priorities, and media efforts. There has been some modifications to the initial plan, and there was no pushback on NACO to create additional process to make sure that folks' voices are heard at the table and that the center does not operate contrary to a county's interests. And so they're proposing to add to the governing board the Federal Lands Gateway County official appointed by the NACO Public Lands Steering Committee Chair. And then the work plan for the center will be subject to review and approval by the WIR Board of Directors, the Public Lands Steering Committee at the May WIR conference. So each year, the membership will review the past work of the center and provide any feedback, and then have a voice in adopting or modifying the plan going forward. And there's also the stipulation that the research work by the National Center is to be nonpartisan and aligned with NACO policy and priorities, and will not directly conflict with the interests of any county. So like I mentioned, NACO and WIR have set a $15 million fundraising goal over the next 2 years to capitalize the center. And then the center will be funded by the interest earned on the fund, leveraging a one-time investment to empower public lands conversation for generations to come. And so before you today, the requested contribution from each public lands county is a general fund equivalent of 1% of each county's allocation of the Local Assistance and Travel Consistency Fund, also known as the Wyden Amendment in ARPA, which would be payable over the next 2 years. So before you today, Coconino County received a total of $12 million through the Wyden Amendment funds, and 1% of that is $120,000 broken down into two payments is $60,000 for the next 2 years. And before you today is the request to approve that initial $60,000 payment to capitalize the center. And so that funding would be invoiced through CSA and then transferred to NACO 501c3 Research Foundation to capitalize the center. And with that, and in the interest of time, I stand ready to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Gregory. Perfect. What a great overview. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Any questions, members of the board?
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Ryan.
I would suggest you just explaining how the language has been modified so it really fits well at this point.
So in reaching out to Madam Chair, Supervisor Ryan, board members, and reaching out to Craig Sullivan, they noted that their plan is to add a Federal Lands Gateway County official, which is appointed by the Public Lands Steering Committee Chair, onto the NACO board, stipulate that the work conducted by the center is to be nonpartisan and aligned with NACO policies and priorities and not directly conflict with the interests of any county, and then also subject the work and review of the center each year at the WIR Board of Directors and Public Land Steering Committee meetings at the May spring WIR conference, so that each year membership can review the center. And so that's the modifications they're looking at to the original plan that was discussed back in October and at the CSA board meetings, to ensure that the work that the center does works in the best interest of all counties across America's public lands, to provide service and amplify the voice of all public lands counties.
So, Madam Chair, I was thinking, from this was a piece that we were looking for that, helped make it a balanced conversation. Sometimes factions can develop, or, other manifestations of clustering of interests. And by having this language, as noted by you, Madam Chair, you had done a lot of work of pushing on this. I know, Greg, you helped out at staff level. This was spun up through WIR, but from Arizona, quite honestly. And it kind of reminds me of when we launched the Rural Policy Institute at NAU, a research type of vehicle. This certainly would benefit many different areas that affect the counties in the western states. I support the intent of what's going on. We're also not pulling from general fund, but rather some federal money that's come in, which is a very small proportion of that. So I do support that intent, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. And yes, I think what we're going to do is the monies will be put into the general fund, but it will be the equivalent of 1% of our widened monies. And so, and that's for various accounting purposes, and also doesn't limit then the use of the funds. So.
Yeah, actually, just for clarification, my note was it's not money that was generated out of local taxes for the general fund purposes, but rather the federal money that came in there.
Yeah,
Thanks, Madam Chair.
That is a good point, Supervisor Ryan. So any other comments, questions? Obviously, Coconino County is 87% public lands, and being here in the West, much of public lands are here in the West. And I, as already stated and noted by Gregory Nelson, this does amplify our voice, gives us a greater voice in public policy making, and quite frankly, in legislation moving forward. So I am very pleased with the modifications that were made, primarily because of Coconino County and other recreation counties kind of pushing forward, just to ensure that we were going to invest in something that was going to amplify all of our interests and not obviously not go against what we feel is so important here in Coconino County and our recreational economies here in Coconino County. I think they've done that, so I am needless to say pleased with their modifications, and certainly am supporting it as well. Any other comments, questions from the board? Then seeing none, I would at this time entertain a motion for us to support CSAs and join NAs and join NACO and WIR in the establishment of the National Center for Public Land Counties, and pledge from the general fund the equivalent of 1% of the LATCF allocation, which will be paid in 2 payments over 2 fiscal years, with the first in the amount of $60,000 be paid in fiscal year 23. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Vice Chair Vasquez. Do I have a second?
I'll go ahead and second that, Madam Chair.
Second by Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor of adopting this motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Very good. It has passed. And Gregory and County Manager, can you be sure to let NACO know, and CSA, probably Greg Sullivan, and NACO know that this has passed. So thank you so much. And I think it does give us a greater voice here over public land. So thank you, members of the Board of Supervisors, for supporting this. And we now have a break for us to attend an in-person swearing in ceremony for Vice Chair Vasquez to be sworn in as a Board of Supervisor, as an elected Board of Supervisor for a remaining 2-year term, and also Superintendent of Schools Cheryl Mangle Paget. And I understand that Presiding Judge Dan Slayton will be available for the swearing in, and I understand there will be cake. So this is an open meeting, anybody or open swearing in ceremony. Public certainly is invited, and we hope to see you in just a few minutes, and I'll be jumping in my car and seeing you very soon. So see you. We're doing a break until 6 o'clock. There is a 3 o'clock listing here for a public hearing, which is being canceled, and it will be rescheduled at a later time. So we will not reconvene at 3. We will reconvene at 6 o'clock for the remainder of our board meeting. So we have a break until 6, and I hope to see you all for the swearing in. Anything else, County Manager?
Hope we're done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Good evening, Chair Horseman.
How are you doing, Lindsay?
I'm good. You're the first supervisor back.
No, all right. Woo woo. So, and I hope that Supervisor Begay will be able to join us. I think she left to go home. Is that right?
Yes, she was planning to call in for this portion of the meeting.
Okay. And I see we have this as call to order, which is right, but Pledge of Allegiance and call to public, but this is really a continuation, isn't it?
Correct. It is. I was just noticing that too. And I was like, we don't really need to do that. We already did that. Usually we do it if we're going to have consent in the evening.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So I'm going to take those out.
Okay.
And I guess I can do that. I didn't catch it before, sorry. And
I didn't either.
it's an Omni. Yeah, it is call to order, which we'll do. I think we can just suspend with it.
Yeah.
And we're going to have a public hearing, so we're going to have public comments.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. You know, it's been a low-key day, but I'm tired.
I know what you mean. I think it's that earlier start. Our bodies aren't used to just jumping into the meeting first thing in the morning. Jay, I see you on the attendees. I'm assuming that's Jay Crystalman. So I'll go ahead and promote you. Or Jay, is that you? Can you unmute and let me know if that's you?
It's me. Thanks, Lindsay.
Okay, I'm going to promote you. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Good evening, everyone.
Hi, Jay. How are you?
Doing well, and yourself?
Good, good. Your face is in the in shadow.
I've been told that when I'm in my office. The light right above me is dimmed on purpose so I can see my screens in the daytime better, but here's the side effect at night.
Well, it's like, you know, those programs they would do where the person's identity was being hidden.
Yeah.
That's what you kind of look like.
Yeah, well, let's go with that one, Madam Chair. I like that.
Hello, Vice Chair.
Good evening. How's everybody doing tonight?
So far, so good.
Doing well. Congratulations on your ceremony.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It was nice.
Good.
The cake was good too.
Yeah, it was.
I know somebody took all the sugar flowers on that cake. I don't know.
I can't imagine. I know. I took the corner piece, which is always the best real estate icing wise. And then you take the flowers. I'm wired. I'm so wired on sugar right now. I'm going to be up for 3 days.
You'll not get any sleep tonight. Well, I know I talked to Matt earlier this afternoon, so I know he's around. I know Judy left the office and drove back home, and I guess she's going to appear by phone. So hopefully she'll be able to make this tonight.
We still got a couple minutes.
Oh, we're getting close and I don't see Matt.
Madam Chair, I spoke with him about a half hour ago. We were just briefing on the cases this evening, so I know he's around.
Yeah, I talked to him earlier too, so he's probably finishing up with dinner. Lindsay, I know it's just now 6, but would you mind reaching out to Matt? I texted him as well, just to make sure there's not some technical problems he's having.
Yep, I'm calling him now, Chair.
Thank you.
All right, I talked to Supervisor Ryan. He's trying. He's gonna try one more time. I told him I can email him if he needs me to. The link, so he sounds like he's just trying to get in.
Geronimo is a nice swearing in. I sent you some more pictures, so you should be getting those. So
Great, thank you. I really appreciate it.
it
Thank
was
you
nice.
everyone for a nice ceremony. It was a cool experience. I didn't know what to expect, but I really appreciated it. Thank you.
Supervisor Ryan is here. You just need to accept the promotion. It may be hidden behind your other stuff. Like, there you go.
That was the promotional pause.
Uh-oh, we've got Mickey Mouse with us. Yeah, you seriously. You may need to call back in.
I couldn't see, I messed up with the comments versus periods on the entry, so. Oh, well, sorry, guys. I had it kind of late on it. That's the thing. Yeah, that's better.
So I think you need to come out, leave and come back. Supervisor Ryan, your audio is off. You sound like Steve's Mickey Mouse.
Mickey Mouse. I thought it was my
He is wearing the ears, so that's nice. But we are not going to understand you if you continue. And have we seen Judy Begay at all yet? Is that Judy's number that just popped up?
It is. She just joined us on
Good.
phone. So we've got Supervisor Ryan and Supervisor Begay.
Very good.
Is your audio still off, Supervisor Ryan? Oh, we can't hear you.
I think you need to talk for a few minutes. Recite the Pledge of Allegiance or something. It's not working.
Not working, huh? Ah,
Maybe try without the headphones.
yeah, then you won't be able to hear me at all, but I'll try that.
It sounds like his grandkids have been playing with the computer.
At least he's not a cat. Cat filter.
Yeah, I don't understand the cat filter concept, I gotta say. So.
Can you hear me?
No, it's not good.
So you might not want to turn your audio off and just call in on your cell phone. So we can see you and you can just do your talking through your cell phone. I think. Is that kind of the workaround, Lindsay?
Yeah, or you could just call in as well. If you call in, we'll be able to hear you.
Yeah.
We like to see him too.
Still not working, right?
Right, your audio is off.
No.
Supervisor Begay, do you want to test your system for you? You can just hit unmute. Supervisor Begay, are you there? Can you unmute?
Hello?
There you go. We can hear you.
Hello? Okay. I had a hard time pushing my button, and so this is the phone I'm using the last time, but I'm listening.
Yeah. Oh, I'm supposed to. You want me to call in on the other phone? Oh, damn.
Matt, do you have your iPad with you?
Yeah,
Why don't you just try that? Yeah, just leave this and come back on your iPad.
I'll go ahead and try that. Let me try the iPad, and then if that doesn't work, we'll try and I'll try the telephone.
Yeah. Let's just make
Yeah,
sure.
that's what I was trying to figure out. It's like, what's telephone? How do you do that? Okay, thanks.
Sorry, that's me and Matt having a phone conversation through his audio. He's going to try the iPad. If that doesn't work, then he'll join by telephone.
Thank you.
Matt, are you with us by phone?
He is not just yet.
Lindsay, can you just ask him to call in, please? It's 6:15 and I know we have people that are waiting for both public hearings coming up.
I didn't get that.
Yes, I'm calling him now, Chair Horseman.
Thanks. Just have him call in.
Okay. Okay, I think we've got him back here. Supervisor Ryan, if you want to accept the promotion, there you go. And let's test your audio. Supervisor Ryan, if you want to unmute and say a few words. Here you go.
Ta-da.
It's working.
Huh. Yeah.
All right, good. Well, let's get started. So this is the continuation of our special meeting. Obviously started this morning at 8:30 and we took a break in order to swear in Vice Chair Geronimo Vasquez, which was a very nice event, and appreciate everybody's efforts in putting the swearing in ceremony together. So and we are back. We have two matters this evening. And I know there's a Pledge of Allegiance called the public. This is actually a continuation of the earlier meeting. And so I am, unless somebody would like, otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and dispense with the Pledge of Allegiance and call to the public and get right to the public hearings. But just because of the break we took, it'd be good to go ahead and on the record indicate who's here with us this evening. My name is Patrice Horseman. I'm Chair of the Board of Supervisors and Supervisor for District 1. District 2.
Good evening, everyone. Geronimo Vasquez, Supervisor, District 2, and current Vice Chair.
And District 3.
Matt Ryan, District 3. Thank you.
Mickey's with us. And District 4.
Judy Begay, District 4.
Very good. Thank you, Judy. And District 5 is Supervisor Fowler, who's not able to make it. She has family matters, and as I indicated earlier, our thoughts and prayers are with Supervisor Fowler and her family. And so we have a quorum. And so let's proceed with the public hearing. Item number 23 is public hearing consideration and possible adoption of ordinance 2023-02, approving a zone change from the G general 10-acre parcel size zone to a RR5 rural residential 5-acre minimum parcel zone on 6 parcels totaling 59.8 acres in parks. The properties are located at 252, 312, and 322 South Forest Service Road, 3341, and 10799 East Forest Service Road, 181 in parks, and are identified as assessors parcels 203-21-011C, 11D, 11E, 11F, 11G, and 11H. The applicants are Carlos and Tina Munoz in Parks, Arizona. And we do have the materials before us. And I understand this is in District 3, is that correct? And unless the county manager would like to have any opening comments on this, why don't we turn this over to Jay Krisselman to have him present on this. Good evening, Jay. Thanks for being with us.
Madam Chair and Supervisors, pleasure to be here. Thank you for the thorough introduction. With that, I'll go ahead and start my screen share. Bring up can everybody see it?
Not yet.
Try that again. How about now?
No, it's starting to come. It's still in PowerPoint mode though.
There we go. Okay. Now, as the chair mentioned, this is Munoz zone change. I did speak with Mr. Munoz last week. He's on with us this evening. The property owners are Mr. and Mrs. Munoz, Mr. and Mrs. McFarland, Circle B Investments out of Glendale, and then Mr. and Mrs. Parkland out of Spring Valley, California. And the applicant for all of the property owners is Mr. Munoz. The zoning is currently G, which is general 10-acre minimum parcel size. And the overall 6 parcels is 59.8 acres. The request this evening is a zone change from G, general 10-acre minimum, to RR5. So it's rural residential 5-acre minimum parcel size. Here's the vicinity and zoning map. You can see, can you see my cursor? Does it show up? Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So you can see there's some AR5 here, G, RR5, AR2, AR4, these are AR3. So there's a little bit of a mix there. And you can see currently where these 6 G zone parcels are. Here's an aerial shot. This one here, the upper middle is Mr. and Mrs. Munoz parcel. And again, he is the applicant for all of the property owners here, all 6. Here is the heading west on the access road. All parcels do have legal access, by the way. Here is one of the existing homes that road goes to that's currently there. Here is heading northerly onto the private property from the Forest Service Road, access to the parcels. Now, the applicant did come in over the summertime and, well, it was a virtual pre-application meeting, but we did meet with the applicant to see if a zone change from 10-acre to 5-acre was feasible. And a quick check of the parks area plan supports changing 10-acre zones to 5-acre parcels in the parks area. However, the staff did have one concern regarding the potential for spot zoning. So staff did suggest that the applicant visit with the other parcel owners to see if they'd be interested in also going in on an RR5 zone change. And lo and behold, they did. All of the neighbors agreed. So we are rezoning this entire area this evening. Here's sort of the township range and section map, just to show what the other subdivisions nearby are. So Kaibab Park and Kaibab Acres, most of the rest of it are lot split areas. The property owners citizen participation plan, all of the property owners were noticed. Meeting was held in August. 3 property owners attended the meeting and 1 did not, but was notified. And the only concern that came out of it was Mr. Munoz had originally suggested AR5 zoning, which would allow for the placement of manufactured homes. However, the homes that are currently in the neighborhood are site built. So the neighbors had suggested, well, how about RR5 zoning? And that's what everybody went with. So RR5 zoning requires site built homes and prohibits manufactured homes. That way, the community character would remain the same. And staff has not received any comments on this application. The findings for a zone change are as follows: that the change is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan and the zoning ordinance. The change will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, comfort, convenience, or welfare. And the change will not adversely affect the established character of the surrounding neighborhood, nor be detrimental to adjacent properties. And that's where the RR5 zoning proposal came in. For the staff analysis, the zone change application is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the parks area plan. The zone change will not be detrimental to the area. And RR5 zoning retains the character of the surrounding neighborhood. Again, the existing homes that are currently built are site-built homes. The Planning and Zoning Commission does recommend unanimous approval to the Board of Supervisors of Zone Change 22-013. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Members of the board, any questions or comments at this time before we open this up to a public hearing? Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to be limited on a little space that I'm working with here. But so Jay, I'm noting on page 13, and maybe for the record, just a little bit more about the, can you just read off the names of the folks that I'm looking at under number 5, where people, each of the other parcel members acknowledged their desire of the RR zoning on that. Just read their names.
Yep. Yeah, Madam Chair and Supervisor Ryan, I'll get to that slide right now.
Oh,
so
okay.
All of the property owners are Carlos and Tina Munoz, Warren and Bonnie McFarland, Circle B Investments, and Jeffrey and Evelyn Parkland of Spring Valley, California. And I can identify whose parcels are which. So this one here is Mr. and Mrs. Munoz. These are all McFarland. This is Circle B. And then this is Evelyn and Jeffrey Parklands here. Did that help answer your question?
Yeah, actually, because, and the reason I'm asking that, I'm just trying to capture in the record that they acknowledged that they were seeking the RR5 in there. And that was public, it was part of the citizen participation plan and a response. And I'll probably ask Mr. Munoz that also.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Chad.
Any other questions or comments?
No, Madam Chair, not for me. Thank you.
Yeah, and I know I have not received any kind of public comment on this, and I guess what you were saying, Jay, either have you, is that correct?
Madam Chair and Supervisors, that's correct. We've received no public comment regarding this application.
Very good, very good. So, well, members of the board and members of the public, now is the time for us to open this for a public hearing. This is your opportunity, members of the public, to be able to make comments or to be heard on this proposed zone change. And I'm going to turn this over to our clerk, Lindsay Daly, who's going to be able to tell you how you can join us here for our board meeting this evening. So, Lindsay?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
If I may, just the opportunity for the applicant.
I would normally, what I do is ask the applicant, but afterwards, but if you'd like the applicant to speak beforehand, that's fine with me, Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, I'm used to that pattern. So just catching up where we're doing it, that kind of thing. I can follow up after. Okay. This is a very simple meeting, so yeah, that'll work. Thank you.
That gives him an opportunity then to address any concerns that might come up during the public hearing, but so, all right, members of the board, then we are going to go ahead and open this, as I indicated, to a public hearing to hear from members of the public. And Lindsay, can you please explain how members of the public can join us and be heard on this?
Yes, thank you, Chair Horstman. At this time, if anyone would like to provide a public comment during this public hearing for this case, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear at the bottom of your screen if you hover towards the bottom and it looks like a hand. If you click on that icon, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined us by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak.
Now's the time, members of the public. We hope to hear from you.
And at this time, Chair Horseman, there are no hands raised.
All right, very good. And members of the public, this is the last call. This is your time to be heard on a public hearing on a zone change request. So please join us if you have any comments, questions, or concerns.
And there are no hands raised, Chair Horseman.
Very good. Thank you. Then, members of the board, I am going to go ahead at this time and close this public hearing. And at this time, and I would like if the applicants are with us, and I understand Mr. Munoz is, and if he would like to address the board, we would love to hear from him.
Yes, good evening, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. Am I coming over loud and clear?
Loud and clear. So good evening. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. I want to thank everybody for their time this evening, and to continue my gratitude on the process of doing this zone change. It was a first time for me, and we worked really diligently with the Zoning and Planning Commission with regards to finding the best practices to get community participation from all the property owners. And I'm also a licensed realtor, so maybe I'll get some CE credits out of this. But it was a very, very good and well thought out process, and it was very much a learning experience for me as a property owner, with working with the county and a different department to kind of figure out like what the process is. But I'll be happy to answer any questions that any of you have regarding any of the documents that were provided.
Thank you, Mr. Munoz, and thank you for joining us this evening, and hope you get your credits. Members of the board, any questions or comments? Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Munoz, I'm looking, you may have heard my question earlier, but I'll go ahead and repeat it. Can you just note that you got the consent of the property owners involved of desiring this RR5 zoning rezone here?
Yeah, to answer your question, Supervisor, may I call you Supervisor Bat?
Yes, of course, fine. Or Matt.
And to answer your question, initially, when I was learning about the process, about the community meeting, I was under the impression, well, some people may or may not attend. And then our first try didn't go as planned because I had the process wrong. And then the zoning and planning department recommended that I just contact each of the members for the community meeting and then ask them to sign the document agreeing to the zone change, which they all did. So there's a document in that packet that should have people's property owner signature on it, agreeing to the zone change.
Okay, actually, that's great. We don't have it. I didn't see it in our packet. It may be there. I thought I read the whole thing, but that's the piece that I'm trying to achieve. Make sure that we capture it in the record as part of the hearing. And in the meantime, just to compliment you on your diligence. This is hard to do a lot of times, that you did go proactive and work with your neighbors in coming up with solutions associated with that. Really appreciate it and understand what that takes as well. So
thank you very much.
Madam Chair, there are all the questions I have for the applicant right now.
Very good. Other members of the board, any comments or questions that you might have? I'll just note that looking at the comprehensive plan and the Parks area plan, it does seem to be consistent. I was not able to find any a real deviation from our comprehensive plan. Obviously, we have not heard from members of the public or received any comments that would be negative to going forward with this. There's been no indication that it's a detriment to the public health, safety, comfort, convenience, or welfare of the community. In fact, I appreciate the fact that he met with the neighbors, and when the neighbors suggested our 5 slight change to a zoning request, he and his others, property owners agreed. And so I appreciate, it seems like it's the opposite. They certainly work together to ensure the health, safety, and comfort and convenience of the neighbors. So I really appreciate that. And again, I don't see changing it as suggested in the zoning change will be adverse to the established character of the surrounding neighborhoods, and again, are detrimental to the adjacent properties, nor has there been any claim that it would be so. So I am favorably disposed of making the zone change at this time. Any other comments or from members of the board?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, actually, similarly, I can make the same findings. I watched the Parks area plan transpire, how these properties were identified. For the area plan, it was in the core or an area that they acknowledged that some level of acceptance of reducing the zoning. This fits well within the area plan and the recommendations. It also captures that rural nature or character of the neighborhood that is desired as described in the Parks area plan. And so very consistent with that. Variety of housing, we certainly need that. So I don't see a threat again to public health and safety. And so I can make all of the findings associated with this very consistent with the neighboring character. Similarly, Madam Chair.
Very good. And Jay, are you raising your hand? Or?
Yes, literally, not virtually. Thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisors. I just wanted to let Supervisor Ryan know that we do have the document that Mr. Munoz referenced. We just didn't put it in the packet. It's in our file.
I made that assumption, Jay, but thank you. I appreciate you putting that in the record as well.
Okay, thanks.
And other members of the board, any comments, concerns, questions? And if there is none at this time, I would certainly entertain a motion for the possible adoption of ordinance 2023-03, approving a request for a change of zoning regulations and a revised, I'm sorry, I gave the wrong number. The ordinance number 2023-02, approving a zone change from G to RR5 for the 6 parcels and parks I will, if there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion for the adoption of the ordinance.
Madam Chair, and that's a reduction from 10-acre minimum to the RR5. And so I'll that motion as you had read it and I had added to it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We have a motion from Supervisor Ryan. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor of adopting ordinance 2023-02 and approving the zone change as requested, please signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. Thank you so much, Mr. Munoz, and your neighbors. Congratulations and all the best moving forward.
Yeah, good luck to you. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, and we hope to be good stewards of the property.
Thank you. We appreciate that. All right, members of the board, we are moving on. We have one more item, number 24. I was already racing ahead. Sorry about that. And this also is set for a public hearing. And this is consideration of possible adoption of ordinance 2023-03, approving a request for a change of zoning regulations with approval of revised master development plan for the addition of 7 manufactured homes for employee housing on a campground site in the planned community zone located at 979 Air Park Lane in Grand Canyon Junction, that's Valley, formerly known as Valley, and is also identified as assessor's parcel numbers 503-01-020Z. The applicant is Jamie Schmidt of Under Canvas LLC of Belgrade, Montana. And I understand that Mr. Smith is with us from Under Canvas at this time. I would like to turn this over to our Assistant Community Development Director, Jess McNeely, to take us through this item. So Jess, good evening. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, board members. I'm sharing my screen now. Can everyone see the screen?
Yes, it's still in PowerPoint mode.
Okay, we will get it to presentation. How's that?
It's perfect. Thank you.
Okay. So yeah, thank you, Madam Chair and board members. Again, I'm Jess McNeely with Community Development staff. This case, the Under Canvas zone change is ZC 2211. Our applicant is Jamie Schmidt of Under Canvas, and I believe Jamie is with us this evening. Again, the property location, 979 Air Park Lane in Valley, also known as Grand Canyon Junction. And this site is bordering immediately west of the Valley Airport. And of course, the request, as the chair read off, is to modify the PC planned community zone where there's an approved campground master plan, to revise that master plan to now include workforce housing. And our parcel size is 161 acres. This is a vicinity map that gives you some idea of the area. Of course, we have the aerial photograph on. We also have the zoning on, and you can see the subject property. Can everyone see my cursor when I move it right here?
Yes, we can. It's perfect.
Good. So you see the subject property site highlighted in white here, immediately west of the airport runways. You can see the greater PC zoned area of the airport master planned area. And you see that that is immediately west of the intersection of Highway 64 and Highway 180. This is a zoom in on the site. So you can see a little closer in on that aerial photograph. You see the subject property again outlined in white. You see that it's zoned PC planned community. And you also see that the airport infrastructure immediately east of it, also zoned PC. And if you look in, you can see the campground developed on this aerial photograph. The white dots you're seeing there are the campground tents on the site, and you see some of their road infrastructure on this aerial photograph. So to give you a little background on this area and this request, in 1993, we had a zone change in this area to the PC planned community zone. That included 800 acres of contiguous property that kind of created the Valley Airport area. That PC zone, planned community zone, accommodated all the airport infrastructure. It accommodated a manufactured home park that was developed immediately south of the area we're talking about. It did include a museum that has been developed out in that area. The subject property, the property we're talking about back in 93, in that PC rezoning, was designated to the RS 36,000. That's residential single family zoning district. The majority of that airport development that was rezoned PC in 93 was developed by the early 2000s. However, the subject site, the site we're looking at this evening, was not. It remained vacant up until 2018, when the current applicants came to the county proposing a change of the PC standards, a zone change, back in 2018 to develop a campground with a master plan with custom standards. The applicant was approved for that zone change back in 2018 with their master plan and those customized standards. 91 glamping tents, tent facilities were a part of that master plan, and all the support facilities that go along with it to make the campground function and meet all the county's requirements. That was approved. It's been constructed. All the conditions of that zone change back in 2018 have been met. County staff has really had a positive experience and learned a lot about this type of development with our experience with the under canvas property. These are photos of the existing campground as it is today when it's in operation. The one you see at the top here are some larger tent structures that accommodate some of the communal area and check-in and whatnot. The two bottom photographs demonstrate what the tents look like on the site when they have lodging visitors come stay at this campground. Those are the tents that the lodging visitors are staying in. So the request before you this evening is an amendment to the approved campground master plan. It would add 7 manufactured homes for on-site employee housing. And the applicant's narrative clearly lays out the need for this employee housing and details much of their outreach in the area and their plans for the associated development of their employee housing. So the image you see on the screen in front of you shows what the employee housing manufactured homes would look like. When you look at their entire site plan, their site plan is skewed to where north is to the left in this image. So you see the layout of the majority of the campground lodging units and infrastructure in this area I'm indicating to here. On the south end of their site, there would be a separate driveway that would come in, and you see the bold stuff on the south end of the site that shows those 7 manufactured homes for employee housing and the associated infrastructure that comes with them. I would point out immediately south of the applicant's property line is an existing manufactured home park that was a part of the Valley Airport master development plan from the beginning. Zoom in a little bit on the site plan, and here now oriented to the north, you can see the driveway coming in with the cul-de-sac on the end, the 7 manufactured home units for employee housing, the infrastructure necessary for water tanks and pumps, and on-site wastewater infrastructure a little bit to the east here. And you see the associated parking spaces, 60 parking spaces for employees where the employees would park when using these housing units. This is a photograph of the area on the site where the housing units will go. The applicant performed their citizen participation plan as required by our zoning ordinance. They notified all neighbors within 2,000 feet of their property and held a neighborhood meeting. 2 employees of the Valley Airport did attend that meeting. There was a comment at that meeting from the Valley Airport, one of the Valley Airport employees, that fencing between the neighboring runway and the employee housing would be a good idea. The applicant did note in that meeting that fencing is installed. You see an image of that here. One of our conditions as a part of this zone change is to confirm with the county's wildlife planner that the fencing and all the fencing on the site is in fact meeting the county's expectation for wildlife friendly fencing.
Mm-hmm.
So since the original 2018 under canvas zone change approval, there have been some evolutions in the county regarding our codes and expectations in what we've dealt with, particularly in our department, in the community development department. In 2019, our zoning ordinance was updated significantly, comprehensively updated for many purposes. And one of the things that was added into the 2019 zoning ordinance was campground standards. Honestly, much of our experience with under canvas helped us develop those campground standards that went into the 2019 zoning ordinance. From 2020 until today, we've had several new campgrounds developed within the county. Most of those have been under conditional use permits. We've kind of learned best practices and lesson learned, and develop some best practices along with our Planning and Zoning Commission that have been applied to the more recent campgrounds that have been approved in the county. Many of these best practices include things like wildlife-friendly fencing, limits on OHVs, off-highway vehicles, limiting their use and limiting their rental, or prohibiting their use and prohibiting their rental, requiring ecology education material be provided to customers who come to these campgrounds, requiring Firewise standards to include Firewise signage on what the current standard is. And we actually have a pretty good list of what is now expected with one of our campgrounds. Staff has taken those newer standards since the 2018 approval and added them to the proposed ordinance for this zone change, so that this development would be consistent with the same requirements as other campgrounds in the county. The applicant agreed to those standards. I'm sure they are already using many of those best practices. So if you look at the ordinance for this zone change, items, conditions 2 through 10 in that zoning ordinance were added to this development to get it consistent and have consistent standards with other campgrounds in the county. When we look at compliance with the county's long-range plans, the county comprehensive plan certainly supports tourism that's focused on conservation and on showcasing our dark skies. The comprehensive plan certainly supports employee housing in and around gateway communities, and this is a gateway community, really, as the main route that tourists access the Grand Canyon National Park. When we look at the Valley Area Plan, the Valley Area Plan supports educational related tourist facilities, and again, highlighting the natural features in the area. The Valley Area Plan does support a mix of housing types, and it does support employee housing. So when we look at the zoning ordinance required findings for a zone change, the first one, item A, that the change is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan and of the zoning ordinance. Staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission clearly found this request to be consistent with those plans and the ordinance. Item B, that the change will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, comfort, convenience, and welfare. Staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission certainly made the findings that this request is consistent with finding B. And finding C, that the change will not adversely affect the established character of the surrounding neighborhood, nor be detrimental to adjacent properties. And again, staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission were able to make the findings that this request is consistent with finding C. So with that, the Planning and Zoning Commission forwards their recommendation to you for approval of this zone change with the conditions in your ordinance. And I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Jess, and thank you for the review on this. Any questions, members of the board? Any comments? I will say before I open this up to a public hearing, I have been out to under canvas. This is in my district, and I have been out there to under canvas. It's a very impressive facilities that they have out there, and I was able to listen to some great music out there, and it was a very nice event, and certainly consistent with the economic development and recreational use, consistent with the area plan and our comprehensive plan in this area. And I will also note, and I'm sure members of the board know, housing is in very, very short supply in this area. So having workforce housing out there is probably not only necessary for economic development and for this gateway community, but it also is consistent with both the area plan and the comprehensive plan. And so I appreciate the information and look forward to seeing how they're moving forward on this, depending on how we vote. But it's an impressive enterprise that they've got going on out there. Any other questions or comments from the board? Oh, I do have one question. I'm sorry, Jess. I have received no input, no emails, nothing in response to this zoning change request. Have you or has anybody from the county received anything on this?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, our staff has not received any input on this either.
Very good. Thank you. Any other questions or comments, members of the board?
If I can, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Ryan.
And just noting, and I acknowledge all the points you made, Madam Chair, about the housing, and we heard from Jess in terms of the performance of this particular facility and owner, that it's well maintained, which is really good. The question that I have, and I'm just capturing it. I know we have a referral here in, I think it's condition number 4 to look at the septic, but I would like to ask that question. I would assume that the septic currently has the capacity, or if not, with a referral would make recommendations to make sure it had that capacity. But that is my one question I did want to ask.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Yes, the applicant has already initiated their test holes. They've dug test holes on the site. They will do a wastewater system just for this employee housing development, separate from the rest of their development. So it is going through our permitting process. Will be required to meet ADEQ requirements. So yeah, we have no concerns that their wastewater system will meet our requirements as it is permitted.
And it's a group system, but I see it's under planned community anyway, or the intent is. So understanding that it would be clustered like that. Okay, thank you, Jay. Appreciate it. Jay, I called you Jay. Thank you, Jess.
I have a question.
Vice Chair.
Thank you. I was just curious a little bit about the animal-friendly fencing that you were talking about with the airport. I'm just curious what that means. If you could define it for me.
Sure. Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. Supervisor Vasquez, Madam Chair. Certainly, there is grazing in this area. There is active ranching operations, particularly to the west of the campground area. So having fencing in this area will help keep wildlife and livestock from wandering onto the airport facility. So wildlife friendly fencing so that it doesn't snag the wildlife, primarily deer and elk, as it's trying to jump that fence, has a smooth wire at the top, does not have the barbs on that wire, and has enough room on the lower level of the fence that smaller animals can get underneath it. So we have a pretty good standard. We have a document that shows the wildlife friendly standards.
Great, thank you for that clarification.
Mm-hmm.
Any other comments or questions before we open this for a public hearing? Seeing none, and I think JB Smith, you're with us from Under Canvas.
Yes, I am.
And if you would like to go ahead and address the board, and then we'll open it up. I know I did it the other way, but Supervisor Ryan will do it this way. So, and I did see that that's on the agenda too, to do it this way. So we'll hear from the applicant first, and then we'll open it up to the public.
This is Jamie Schmidt, Director of Entitlements for Under Canvas. I actually got the zone change in 2018 and worked with the planning staff, who, thank you, Jess, for the great presentation. I don't really have much to add to this other than the fact that we were kind of forced to do this because we had no options for housing. And so we're usually not in the business of building mobile home parks or even building and buying homes. But suddenly over the last couple of years, things got a little bit sideways. And so we were forced to do it. And it seems to be working out great at this point. So I think it's a good addition to the property.
And one question I'd ask you, and I know that when the original zone change was made in 2018, there were some conditions also, and we understand from Jess that you all have met those conditions, and we really appreciate our working relationship and your meeting the requirements of the county. And there are some conditions that you've got listed as well in our ordinance 2023-03, if the board does accept the zone change in the ordinance. And I'm assuming that the same commitment will be made by Under Canvas to meet the conditions that's set forth in the ordinance.
Yes, we will meet the conditions, Madam Chair.
All right, any other questions of the applicant? If not, then let's go ahead and open this up to the public. This is the time, members of our community, members of the public, for you to be heard on the possible adoption of ordinance 2023-03, requesting a change of zoning regulations and approval of a revised master plan for 7 manufactured homes for employee housing in the area also known as Under Canvas. So members of the public, please be heard on this, and I'm going to ask our clerk to explain how you can join us for this public hearing.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. At this time, if anyone would like to provide a public comment during this public hearing for this case, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear at the bottom of your screen. If you hover towards the bottom of your screen, there's a raise hand icon that looks like a hand. If you click on that, that will notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak.
All right, now is the time, members of the public.
And I do, Chair Horstman, have a hand raised by somebody named Jessica. Jessica, I will allow you to speak if you want to state your name and address for the record.
Yes, hello, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Jessica. Please, thank you for joining us this evening. Would you mind giving us your name and your address?
Yes, it's Jessica Boyce with Valley Airport at 555 South State Route 64, Williams, Arizona 86046.
Thank you, Jessica, and thanks for joining us this evening. Please proceed.
Yeah, so actually it's the picture, if you guys can all still see that aerial photo that's up on the screen right now.
Yes.
So with the airport, and I guess there's that conditions list you guys keep mentioning, so I'm not sure, because I know the gentleman that spoke earlier said that like the fencing was already up. So I don't know if on that conditions list is the aviation approved fencing that would still be put up. But we're still working to get the property lines of the Under Canvas, because see in that top right corner, the county assessor's map is actually wrong. How that top right corner goes over the airport runway. That is supposed to be like gone to a straight line there. We have been working on this for years, to try to get that correct. And then also down at the bottom, that line should go straight. Because again, that is the airport runway that they're showing at the bottom of the subject property there. So that's just the one concern that we want to make sure that we're clear on where these fences need to be placed. Because obviously it has to be far enough away so that if a plane lands, that everyone is safe. And I'm not sure if that's on the condition list, that those fences will still be put up, and then the wildlife fencing was something else. So I don't know if maybe he could address those concerns for us.
Thank you, Jessica, and thank you for raising that. And I see Jamie Schmidt is raising her hand, but before we go there, Jess, do you have anything that you can respond to on that?
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing that up, Jessica. The Valley Airport has gone through a split combination process of these parcels to get it aligned correctly, as Jessica was pointing out. It is not showing up on our GIS yet. Although I talked with Zach Schwartz earlier today, one of our planners who actually did all the work on this case and processes most of our splits and combinations. That is going through our process. I understand that it's been recorded, the split combination, and we just need it to now reflect on GIS. And the condition does require, so the conditions don't get into the splits and combinations. That's really more of a private property matter between the applicant under Canvas and the Valley Airport. Although they have moved forward productively and successfully on that, the condition does require the wildlife-friendly fencing to keep animals off the runway, and that condition will continue to be required. And that's the one that we will be sending out our wildlife planner to verify that the fencing is up and that the fencing meets the county's requirements. So I hope that answers the question.
And Jessica, does that answer the question? And I know Jamie Schmidt's also wanting to respond as well, but does that?
Yeah, well, we thought when we had attended the meeting prior to this, that it needs to be like TSA approved fencing, that it's not so much like if an animal came onto the runway, but even a person, or, for a safety measure, like a thin barbed wire fence. I think it has to be like 8 feet. There's all these guidelines with the airport.
So something above and beyond just wildlife fencing is what you're talking about, Jessica?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I don't know all the terms, but like, federal regulations. I know I had actually, after the other meeting, sent the guidelines to, to somebody, I don't remember their name with it. And then we did speak with the Zach Schwartz today as well. And he said that, he's not part of this moving of the, the boundary lines and stuff. Cause, it just concerns us that we need the fencing placed at the correct spot, So I don't know how all that works. If the county assessor's map is not correct, it seems kind of tricky to be putting fencing, at those lines.
So, Madam Chair, yeah, I could speak to that if you'd like.
Yes, please, Jess.
Okay, thanks, Madam Chair. So certainly the request in front of you is the master plan change for the employee housing. I believe the moving of property lines essentially to get them where they should be, and then the associated fencing is a little bit of a separate issue. And certainly staff is moving forward, and I believe Jamie from under Canvas could address that as well. But certainly, if there's a federal aviation requirement for the fencing, absolutely that has to be met. That is above and beyond the county standards, and that has to be met. And we will ensure with our inspections that the county standards are met. But I think possibly Jamie could address where under Canvas is on meeting their requirements on continuing to process. I know this has been a little bit of a long road on getting some of the property line movements correct.
Yes, well, and she does bring a good point. We do need to get the property lines basically set so we know where the fencing goes. So, and that is something that needs to be addressed probably pretty quickly.
Madam Chair, if I
Yes.
may.
Yeah.
Just a couple observations, Madam Chair, and a question would be the fencing for the grade for an airport. Wouldn't that burden fall upon the airport itself? And I understand there's an adjacency issue here. That is one piece. The other one is duly noted that the
boundary lines.
Property lines need to be appropriate, although, that always brings in a survey associated with that. So assuring that these things will occur. So
I guess if we, and Jamie, I'm going to ask you, since I know the applicant's had her hand raised here for a while, so I'd like to hear from Jamie.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So first of all, we can speak a little bit better. We've done all the surveys. And as Jess noted, it actually has been processed. It's just not updated in their in your GIS system. So Jess, if you flip back to the site plan or wherever it is in your, or forward, there it is.
Mhm.
You can see we have this all surveyed, that you can see the actual boundary, the real boundary for the property, which is not obviously on airport property. So I think that the FAA fencing, as board member Matt Ryan noted, I believe that would be a airport cost, or basically their issue to handle. Of course, I think we've talked about putting in other types of fencing in between, you know, the our little mobile home park, employee park, and the airport, to deter people from walking out there. And then also speaking with our employees and making sure they really understand that they should not be out on the airport. So I think ultimately that's probably an offline conversation between Under Canvas and the airport at this point in terms of the fencing. But that is definitely the boundary that you're seeing on that site plan.
And I'm assuming that the changes will be made to the property line, so it does in fact reflect the true property line on the plat that's submitted. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And did we lose Jessica? I was going to ask her if this addresses the issue. I will note that both in the 2018 ordinance as well as the ordinance with the condition for the zoning that's being presented here tonight, it is basically urban wildlife fencing to ensure it meets wildlife friendly fencing standards. There's nothing in here about aviation fencing. And Supervisor Ryan,
Well, and that was, oh, sorry, I'm back. I
oh, good.
lost you
All right,
guys.
Jessica.
But I guess that was kind of confusing, because at the last meeting, we even talked to somebody afterwards and they said, oh, yes, it would have to be the, you know, federal aviation approved fencing. And I can even go through my emails, because we had definitely sent him an email with the links to that and stuff. Because it's like close to so many runways, you know, so many feet from the runway has to be such a height, and the type of fencing. Because Larry is on the call as well listening, and I know he said that there was a person already who walked in between the helicopters, and I guess they've, you know, there's been a few comments, like, because the airport is not extremely busy, it's not Phoenix Sky Harbor, but you never know when a plane is coming in, you know, and so we can't have like kids or anything like that with these families on the runway. You know, I mean, it's a big concern of ours, and there has already been, I think, 1 or 2 instances. So I know that's, you know, why we really do think that the fencing, you know, if more families are coming in and stuff, should be there. So I don't know, yeah, if we need to talk with them directly, you know, or something like that, to make sure that we're just all on the same page, like, because it seems like it's even changing with the type of fencing, and then, just, you know, to keep the animals off the runway, you know, and stuff. And it's like, no, it's not the animals, it's, you know, people here that we're concerned about.
Well, and I think it is something that you'll probably need to talk with Under Canvas with. It is outside the scope of the county's ordinance and what we can require. And as I said, I do note that both in the 2018 ordinance as well as in the ordinance before us this evening, it does refer to wildlife fencing. So it does sound like that's something you, Jessica, need to talk with Jamie and the Under Canvas folks about. So you raise an important point, and hopefully that can be addressed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for joining us this evening. Do we have anyone else that would like to make comments here on our public hearing? Members of the public, now is your time to join us. Lindsay, you want to explain one more time how they can?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Horstman. At this time, if there is anyone else that would like to provide a comment during this public hearing, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear at the bottom of your screen if you hover towards the bottom. You hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand, and that will notify us that you would like to speak. If you have joined us by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak.
Now is the time, members of the public.
And there are no hands raised at this time, Chair Horstman.
All right, so last call, members of the public. Now is the time for you to be able to join us for this public hearing.
There are no hands raised.
All right, very good. Then at this time, I'm going to close our public hearing. We have heard from the applicant. We've heard from Jess Neely. We've got substantial information that's been provided to us as members of the board. We also have a copy of the ordinance 2023-03, which is before us, which sets forth the various conditions 1 through 16 that need to be met by Under Canvas for the zoning change. I would point out that in 2018, when they had conditions that needed to be met, it sounds like they did that in good faith and moved forward and met those conditions. So we appreciate that, and we are equal. We appreciate having good partners here with our land use planning and with our zoning. So thank you for that. I would just note that housing is necessary. Workforce housing is particularly important in this area. We heard a little bit from the applicant as to, really they are forced to do this in order to have a commercial enterprise in this area. That'd probably be consistent with most of our understanding of this area for those of us who travel out to the Grand Canyon and travel through Valley, of the need for workforce housing. I know both the board, our staff, as well as the planning and zoning did find that the requested changes are consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan and this ordinance. I would agree with that. The planning and zoning, as well as our staff, found change is not detrimental to the public health, safety, comfort, convenience, and welfare. I'd agree with that as well. And I am hopeful that the concerns brought up with regards to aviation fencing can be addressed by Under Canvas and also Jessica there in the airport, so that that's addressed. Obviously, we don't want any negative effects of people or animals going on to the runways. Lastly, change will not adversely affect the established character of the surrounding neighborhood, nor be detrimental to the adjacent properties. I would note that we have not received any objections to this at all, and that given the information presented, I do not see that the change would adversely affect the established character of the surrounding neighborhoods, nor be detrimental. I can't talk tonight. Detrimental to the adjacent properties. So at least as far as I'm concerned, the findings for a zoning change have been met. And the proposals or conditions for the zoning change are adequately set forth in the ordinance. Any other members of the board have any comments to be made? Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Going further on, I can make the same findings that you have, Madam Chair. going a little bit further, I do note that our comprehensive plan, although we're looking at housing, this is an element of an economic policy. It's very consistent with that, but it does encourage housing. And although Under Canvas may not have run into this in other operations, it's a unique situation that we've had for many years, particularly the closer you get to the canyon, but even more so today throughout the county. And these policies were developed with that in mind. Similarly, we have similar notes for both of those aspects in the Valley Area Plan, consistent with economic policy, but also the housing piece. What I'd like to do is just compliment Under Canvas for seeing and recognizing that need and addressing that need. So as far as public health and safety and convenience, similarly, it's already met those guidelines under the original planned community component, and going beyond the housing element just adds to that. And very consistent with established neighborhood, particularly with planned community when it's adjacent. Having a mobile home park just adjacent to where they're putting the mobile homes, it actually creates a separation between that and the canvas or tent facilities as well. So I see that consistent with the character of the adjacent neighborhood. There are my findings, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Any other comments, questions by members of the board?
Yeah, I'd like to say something.
Yes,
First off, thank you, Madam Chair. I think that the plan looks good, and I agree with the findings with everyone else. The one thing that I just want to emphasize is that there was that discrepancy with the maps and the fencing, and just make sure that that gets squared away. But other than that, I think that this is a good project moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any other comments or questions? And if Supervisor
Chair?
Begay. Supervisor Begay.
Yes, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. I'm also in agreement with all the findings and know that it's in compliance with our plan, and that, there's just those, the aviation part of it. I think that we really need to make sure that that's taken care of when it comes back, as far as plans for future planning. So I just want to have that input there. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. At this time, if there are no other comments or questions, at this point, I would entertain a motion from members of the board for the possible adoption of ordinance 2023-03, approving the request for a change of zoning regulations with approval of a revised master plan for the addition of 7 manufactured homes for employee housing on campground site located as set forth in our agenda there in Grand Canyon Junction or Valley with Under Canvas. Do I have a motion? You are on mute, Supervisor Ryan.
That gives Geronimo a chance to hop in, but I'll beat him. Madam Chair, I'll move to approve as read by you, which is approving the ordinance 2023-0. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Very good.
I'll second that.
Then we have a second from Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor of approving the ordinance with the conditions as set forth for this zoning regulation and revised master plan, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous, and we certainly wish Under Canvas great success moving forward. Looking forward to seeing the workforce housing as it gets underway and constructed, and hopefully you can work with the airport there on the aviation fencing, and with Jess on getting these property boundary lines adequately drawn. So thank you, and thank you for being with us this evening. And Jessica, thank you for your input.
Thank you.
All right, members of the board, I believe we have done our work this evening. County manager, is there anything else we have?
No, Madam Chair, that concludes the agenda as posted. Thank you.
Very good. Well, members of the board, it has been a long day, even though there was a big break in between. So I wish you all have a great night, and we will see you all soon. Be well.
Thank you all. Good night. Take care. Bye.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Good night. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.